Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome, welcome. Salutations and good to see you, right? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for joining us. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode. Oh, I just went into it. It's just, didn't realize I was
It's
doing it.
autopilot
Yeah.
sometimes. Sometimes.
Just creepy hugs is all I meant to say.
I know, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll say, go fund yourself. And that's in the hallway. That's not even in here. I just use it
go
as a
fund
random.
yourself.
Yeah, just use it as a random greeting.
I've been doing a lot of that. Peaches.
I'm hoping to get my daughter to that movie.
I think she's going to like it a lot.
She's not super keen on going to movies, but
a
I like
fun
going
one.
to movies, and so any excuse to go.
And it's short. It's like 90 minutes. It's a good, fun movie. Mary was right about it.
So
and Jack Black was fantastic.
And
That was her favorite part. Mary
it was my
Santora
least favorite part.
is back. She's right over there.
Hi.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Guess what I'm going to see tomorrow evening?
Charlie Sheen.
You are going to go see tomorrow
Should be pretty
evening. Tomorrow's a Friday
Whitney
night.
movie.
You are the Whitney Houston. I Want to Dance with Some. I think it's already out of theaters.
It's on Netflix right now.
You're going to go see something on Netflix?
No, we're going to go see
Oh, what are you going to
show.
go see? Oh, wait, don't tell me. You're going to go see.
It's all over the place right now.
Shen Yun.
Doesn't narrow it down.
least here.
There's a lot of the Chinese balloon acrobats or whatever that is. At least here, it's a. Are you going to go see Charlie Sheen? He was on the show a couple days ago. Did you have a conversation with him before I talked to him?
I did not, but I'm not going to see him. Not tomorrow.
You said it's all over the place. You're going to see the Cleveland Guardians. No, they're at Fenway. You're going to see.
You said it's a movie?
Nope, it's not a movie. It's a show.
Yeah, he said they're going to see a show. It's all over the place. Is there a Cirque du Soleil in town?
No, but it is a show that is
it
here
at-
for a limited amount of time.
Is it at Playhouse?
Yep.
Beetlejuice. No, that's right.
Well, that's all
That's our
shows
time,
there.
yeah.
They're here for a limited amount
Whatever
of
is
time.
at
Lil
Playhouse.
Wayne's at House of Blues tomorrow.
Okay, I give up. Go ahead.
Tina!
I haven't seen one
What?
thing.
Advertisement.
Tina Turner
about.
Broadway show.
Never even heard of it.
Oh my God, whatever.
No, I didn't know about that either. Is it called What's Touring Got to Do with It?
No, it's just called Tina.
Oh.
It's the tour.
Is there an exclamation point at least? Do they have the common courtesy to do that?
There is it's a big ass billboard.
I believe
on-
you. I just didn't know it was in
Where?
town.
I don't know where it's.
Literally drive down. It's like right downtown, like when you're on the freeway. Once you get before you.
I take the shoreway. I don't use the
go,
freeway.
you're right. You wouldn't see it, Bill. I don't know if they have one on the shoreway.
Speaking of which, I came in on the Shoreway today, and everybody made a big hoopla about how Brown Stadium was cutting ties with First Energy, and they're like, they already took it down. They didn't take the sign down. It still says First Energy Stadium on the side of the stadium.
Does it? I don't.
It's still up. The
I
sign's
don't
still
go that
up there.
far. So I get off at 25th. So I don't even. See
I get
it.
off at 9th on the east side, and then I cut down Prospect. So I passed Brown Stadium. Everybody was saying, oh, they took it down same day. No, they didn't. Still up there. I felt scammed. I wanted to see, like, when they take a sign down and all that's left are the bolt
The
holes.
rusty, yeah.
Yeah, the rust rain shadow and the bolt holes. That's what I wanted to see.
So are you
So
saying
you and
it's
Mc-
fake news?
Well, I took people at their word, which was mistake number one. But that could because that seemed to underscore whatever urgency they thought that whole parting of the ways there after that huge First Energy bribery scandal. The Browns pretended they cared and said, well, we got to take that down. It's still up there. So you and McBoyfriend are going to see the Tina Turner thing tomorrow night.
Yeah, we're going to go see it.
Now, do you dress up for that? Do you have dinner ahead of time? Do you have dinner after? What do you do?
I think we're probably going to do, I'm going to look at restaurants today and see like what we can do because he has to work until like 5 or 6 and the show's at like 7:30. So we're probably going to eat afterwards or maybe just get like something, quick. And then maybe eat at home. But I'm excited. Back in the day, I used to go to all the local shows around here, like the every show that would come to like Playhouse. I used to get like invited like during press night. But I think after COVID, I never got invited back. I don't know why.
Well, just get back on those mailing lists.
Yeah, I probably just have to send an email or something.
You mean like media
night
premieres and things like that?
Yeah, but I have no problem paying for it. That is a show I would pay.
Yeah,
for.
but that's also a legit flex that you could use to get you and your McBoyfriend to some stuff.
I know, and it just so happened there hasn't been a show for a while that I was like, oh, I have to go see, like I have to do it right now. Tina was the first one, and before I even said anything, he was like, well, I want to get it before it sells out, and so we got tickets. We're gonna go. We're gonna make it a night of it.
Lil Wayne is at the House of Blues
Tomorrow, yeah.
Why?
Oh, this is gonna be
That's
busy.
where he's playing. I don't know.
Why doesn't he do like Romo Fijo?
I don't
Lil
think he's that
Wayne
big anymore.
What?
Dude, he hasn't released an album in like over 10 years.
Doesn't matter. They got friggin' Jodeci and Salt and Peppa doing a Romo Fijo.
Right, yeah. Who else did they
Lil
just-
Wayne.
The only reason I know that is that at the airport today, I ran into my old boss, who's the GM of House of Blues. And we were just kind of BSing about what's going on. And he's like, yeah, I'm home tomorrow night for Lil Wayne and then back on the road and blah, blah. I was like, because I was kind of surprised, too. I saw him at Blossom in like 2009. That was the last time I knew of him touring. But yeah.
Wow,
And even
Lil
without a
Wayne,
new
House of
album, like, yeah,
Blues.
people will still show up for somebody that, like,
I don't think
that's weird.
rap artists have that kind of draw for that long.
Oh, no, I'm
Yes,
looking
they
at it.
do.
It's Little Wayne. It's a ventriloquist act.
Oh, my bad.
Lil Wayne is one of the greatest of all time, and
I agree.
He's choosing to do the House of Blues.
You think he could do the Romo Fijo?
Absolutely.
Yes, Lil
He
Wayne.
could do First Energy if he wanted to. It's Lil Wayne. Are you nuts?
There's people doing Romo Fijo who end up selling half house. They pull a curtain across the middle of the place, but they just want to do an arena.
So maybe he's working on new stuff. I don't know.
Remember when Lady
No, that's
Gaga,
great. I mean, if you're a fan of his, it'd be awesome to see him at the House of Blues.
Lady Gaga in her prime did those dive bar shows. Like it was like.
Are you saying she's past her prime?
She's absolutely past her prime. Her prime was like Bad Romance.
Wow.
No one bought the Chromatica album. Not like they were buying like the Monsters Ball or not the Monsters Ball, the Fame Monster or whatever.
So that's why she's doing movies now.
Yeah.
See, I think that's
Absolutely.
smart, though, because you give it a bit of time and then you get a demand. You kind of whet people's appetite to the point where when down the road, when you do a new album, then everybody goes crazy. You kind of bail for a minute from the music thing, and then you do movies, and, you do a really bad Italian accent, even though you're actually from an Italian family. And more of that. Boy, I'll tell you what, my wife is crestfallen today because Jerry Springer died, and that was her old boss. And I wish he had died yesterday because Gwen was filling in for Mary, and I wish that he had...
I wish he died.
I do, because it would have been great to hear her talk about when she worked for Jerry Springer.
Right.
She was an associate producer for Jerry Springer and a booker, and it was her first real gig in showbiz because her background is in film and television. And she worked when I met her, she was already had moved on to the Judge Mathis show. But both of them were shot in Chicago. Jerry Springer, they ended up taking that whole production out to Connecticut for maybe the last 10 years or so. But Jerry Springer had pancreatic cancer. He died at home in Chicago this morning or last night. He was 79, and she's like, he was just the nicest guy. She's like, back then when that kind of television, because Jerry Springer really did kind of reinvent that kind of television. There had been a couple of people before him, but they didn't last. There was a guy named Morton Downey Jr., who some people of a certain age might remember. He got a syndicated talk show where he was just screaming at people, but it only lasted like a year. He didn't have the zhuzh that Jerry Springer had. And she was like, he was just the nicest guy. It was a super, super cutthroat business and show and whatever. They did a pay-per-view thing called Too Hot for Television
Too
with
hot
Jerry
to
Springer.
handle.
I don't know what it was called, but Gwen worked on it.
They're like too hot for TV.
One of my favorite stories is that she had to go get rubber chickens that a stripper could then pull out of herself
There you go.
on the Jerry Springer pay-per-view. She's like, he was just the nicest dude. Obviously, Ohioans feel connected to Jerry Springer because he was the mayor of Cincinnati. He went to my alma mater. He went to Northwestern University. He worked at a law firm in Cincinnati. He kind of fell into broadcasting, did kind of radio things here and there. But he had a political career that obviously transitioned into broadcasting, and that's why a lot of people gave him such a hard time about the TV show, is because they were like, you're really wasting a career here. You're a brilliant guy, and and he was like, well, don't be such an elitist about this show. This is kind of the true face of America. He was an advisor to Bobby Kennedy, and then after he got assassinated, he went on and worked at a law firm in Cincinnati. But like he was, he and Dennis Kucinich were two really young mayors in the state of Ohio. Jerry Springer was the mayor of Cincinnati when Dennis Kucinich was mayor of Cleveland in the late 70s. They were both young guys. They both ended up being one-termers. The story about Jerry Springer that everybody loves is that he paid for a hooker with a check. I think he has said something along the lines of that's not true, but that was a story that followed him around. And you'll see all kinds of write-ups on Jerry Springer. I never met the man, but again, Gwen worked for that show, and she loved Jerry Springer. He was the second host of America's Got Talent, if people go that far with that show. People think of that show now with Nick Cannon. Remember who the very first host of America's Got Talent was?
Tyra Banks.
Regis Philbin.
Oh.
Before they decided, because you don't know what a show's going to be, so you just take the people that you have under contract, and if they happen to be 80, you go, all right, we'll throw them on. And that very first season was Regis Philbin, and then they go, well, let's get somebody younger. They got Jerry Springer, and then he did a couple of seasons, and then they got Nick Cannon. But I just remember right after I had left Chicago to begin my broadcasting career, I was in Kalamazoo, Michigan, but I was still going home a lot because it wasn't that much of a trip, and I was kind of homesick, is that because Jerry Springer had filmed his show in NBC Tower there in Chicago for a long, long time, which is where the local NBC affiliate had their news studio. That's where they did their newscasts. And they, at the time, had like the number one local newscast. These two legendary anchors, a guy named Ron Majors and a woman named Carol Marine, who had been on Chicago television forever, very well respected. And the management there thought, you know what? He's so white hot, and he does have a journalism law background, blah, blah, blah. They hired Jerry Springer to give commentaries, which in the late 90s was still kind of an old school thing. Local news had kind of gotten out of the commentary business, but they thought, hey, let's strike while this iron's hot. He's in town. He's in the building, for God's sake. Let's get Jerry Springer to do commentaries. But he had so much stink on him because of that show that these two big-time anchors quit in protest. They both quit. And they ended up firing Jerry Springer. He only did 2 commentaries because they had already lost their major anchors who both went to other stations in town. But it was a big, big deal in the late 90s. Jerry Springer was always kind of sanguine about his own success with that show, but he really did change the way people watch that kind of show. There was Maury, and there were other people that did. They found their niche. Like there was a guy named Richard Bay who did something like that for a little while. But Jerry Springer really, really did transform that kind of television.
Just complete trash. I mean, that's what it was.
They did a movie with him, and they did a live show. But he was always
Ringmaster.
Yeah, something like that.
Something
He
like
did
that?
syndicated radio. TAM ran the Jerry Springer Show for a while, and he was. I never met him. He had been on my show many times over the years. I just never had him in studio. So I had talked to him. I'd had him on the phone, and always really, really liked talking to him. But never got to meet him in person.
Did you ever say, like, oh, my wife used to work on your show?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And he remembered her?
Yeah.
It's neat.
So, but she's like, God, that sucks, because he was just so sweet. Given the tone of that show, right? Because people were always asking Gwen if it was all fake. She's like, no, trust me.
Those people
Every
exist.
single person was real, yes. She said the biggest problem they had is they would book people to do the show. They would fly them to Chicago, put them up at the Four Seasons or whatever, and the people would never come do the show. They wanted a trip to Chicago, and they wanted a nice hotel room. She's like, we would have to double and triple book people because invariably somebody would go. We couldn't find them. They'd be out of the hotel. They'd be, headed back to Kentucky or whatever. So it was a whole thing. But There'll be, if you were a Jerry Springer fan or whatever, he had pancreatic cancer, died at home in Chicago, and you'll see no shortage of write-ups about it.
That's going to be a great estate sale.
There you go. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that. Another $1,000 coming your way. Got a keyword courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie on the way at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
might have a criminal record. Listen to Bad Seeds on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Take a Kid to Work Day. No one said it had to be your kid.
An Amber Alert has been.
Oops, it's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got some Kids Corner in a minute. Got another $1,000 for you in about 5 minutes. A chance for you to engage, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Next week is the last full week for you to do these keywords. So make sure you're not missing any of them. The Guardians play tomorrow night. It's the first of 3 at Fenway against the Red Sox, who are a pretty evenly matched team to Cleveland right now. Nobody's really setting the world on fire between those two teams. But seeing how the Guardians' fortunes over the last few games haven't exactly been all that consistent either. Rockies really took them for a ride. But Cleveland in Boston tomorrow night, 7:10 is the first pitch. 6:35, I think, is when that pregame coverage will begin. Cavaliers are out. Season ended last night in staggering fashion. Our buddy Jason Lawhead had a very interesting take. I thought, he does sports radio in San Diego in addition to being a stand-up comedian, and he was very, very critical of the Cavaliers.
Yeah,
he thought they had no business being in the postseason at all.
Jason knows basketball. His dad was a coach. He coached for a while. He played. He knows basketball really well. So I always like his insight because it comes from a place of pretty deep knowledge. And whereas I think they should have been in the playoffs the way they played, it looks like they shouldn't have been. They were not ready. They're a very young team, and there's some maturity that needs to happen for them to take it to another level.
Well, I made a nice chunk of money on the Miami Heat, who ended up knocking the Milwaukee Bucks out. That's Poundcake's ex-boyfriend, Kevin Love, who's now down there with the Heat of
second
Miami.
Round, yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy Butler, former Chicago Bull, on fire for that team. And Giannis, by his own estimation, choked hard. Although he said, I heard Stansbury talking about, apparently Giannis Antetokounmpo said there is no such thing as failure in sports. So I don't know if he cracked that out of a fortune cookie, his post-game meal. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like
it's the I was reading it's the Heat become the 6th number 8 ever to advance past the number 1 seed. Beat the Milwaukee Bucks in 5 games. Put some geish in my pocket. And Jimmy Butler, again, a fantastic job for the Miami Heat. Dwayne Wade, who used to play for the Miami Heat, he has been making headlines because he moved his entire family out of Florida because of their LGBTQ policies. He says it's not safe for my family. I don't know if he has a trans son or something like that, or a gay son.
Trans daughter.
Trans daughter, his 15-year-old. He said, this is not a state where my family can flourish.
Good for him. Ron
DeSantis has been making a big show out of being a moron down there in Florida. And so Dwayne Wade's like, Florida's great in a lot of ways. I'm a rich guy. I like not paying taxes. But I can't be down here and feel that my family is safe if we stay here. I liked it. That's what he led with, though. He led with, I miss the great tax benefits. Because if you're a rich guy, even if you're poor, let's be real, even if you're poor, you don't want to
pay that
a lot of
state
taxes,
income
right?
tax,
But especially if you're rich, where you already have access to all kinds of ways to not pay taxes. And then you move to a place like Florida. He's married to Gabrielle Union, of course, the actress. Was she a singer back in the day, or was she just an actress?
Always an actress.
Always an actress.
Played in Bring It On.
Yep.
But I couldn't remember if she
she was so hot in Bring It On.
Did a foray into. She put an album out, or
no? She actually played alongside. Again, this is irrelevant Poundcake knowledge, but it comes in handy for topics like this. She played beside this group called Black in Bring It On. So it was her and 3 other girls, and the other girls that she was with were in a music group called Black. So I think they did a music video for the movie Bring It On.
Okay.
So that she was in the music video, so I think that's what you're referring to.
And she's got a good 10 years or so on her husband, doesn't she?
Not quite. I think she's got 3 or 4 on him.
Okay.
Because
I thought she was considerably older than Dwayne.
I don't think, because
she looks
41
dynamite.
or 42, and I think she's 45 or 46, I think.
All right. So he didn't know where they moved, though. I didn't see that. He just said that they've left Florida.
Texas.
Is that what? We were looking at Texas or Missouri or Montana. Yeah, any one of the great states in this union that's really intent on, let me check notes. Liberty, people's liberty. That's why they want to make sure that certain people don't have any. What?
Alan, you were right. She's 50. He's 41. I didn't think she was that old.
I figured she was around my age. I mean, she's been around as long as I can recall.
But man, Miami, I don't think is a good representation of the people of Florida, because I feel like that's its own little world. Like I feel
but the laws of the state still apply to you no matter where you live.
Yes, but a lot of Miami holds weight, just like everyone's mad, DeSantis is mad at Disney World in Orlando because they have a lot of power, because a lot of people are employed by Disney World and work in Orlando because of that. So
it doesn't seem to bother him.
Well, he has
a lot of those people could vote for him. A lot of those people probably did vote for him, and he couldn't care less. It's more important, and this is the problem with a lot of people like him. They're not operating in the best interests of their constituency. They've got a boner for fascism, and that's more important to them.
But Alan,
think of all the people who work for Disney who are DeSantis voters.
I
would be negatively
that.
impacted by all this nonsense. So whether you live in Miami, whether you live in Orlando, you're still subject to the laws of the state. It's not like Dwayne Wade was like, I put in a call to Ron DeSantis and he's going to smooth everything over. My daughter's getting special dispensation from the governor. That's not how it works.
But didn't you say that the mayor of New York City has more power than the governor of New York State?
That's New York City. That's not Miami.
But I feel like
Miami's going to be underwater in 6 years.
All the more reason that they need to capitalize off. They need people to stay there, and they need to capitalize off of the money they're making there now.
You would think that he would be concerned about that, but he doesn't seem concerned about that. Neither do Justin Timberlake and Tiger Woods. They're going in on some luxury residential condo community down there.
Well, I don't listen to Justin Timberlake. He makes bad business. When he bought MySpace, I knew he was a bad businessman.
Well, he wanted pennies on the dollar. Why doesn't Tiger Woods buy some hair? I'm serious. He's crazy rich. Why does it look at Tiger Woods here? I'll show you in the live stream.
It's not
Why
good.
doesn't he buy some hair?
It's a flex. He's got so much money to not care. It's the same reason why those billionaires still have those crazy-ass haircuts.
But you're still vain. This guy was banging every person he met because of vanity.
Not because he thought he was good-looking, but because
that's
he
not
could.
the point. It's an ego thing. Why wouldn't you buy some hair? The money would be a drop in the bucket for him, and he'd look 100 times better. You did it. LeBron did it.
But
why doesn't Tiger Woods? I am thinking about the optics of having more hair. That's great optics.
Everyone thinks
they run nonstop TV commercials for guys who don't have a 100th of the money Tiger Woods does to spend $15,000 on a Bosley rug.
It makes him look like he has low self-esteem if he was to do something about it now. It makes it seem like he was obsessed with it, and it makes him look weak because he's like, yeah. Well,
boy, you're reading a lot into this. The guy should just buy some hair.
I think they market it like that. Like I think they market Tiger Woods like he's an everyman. Like every man struggles with,
but he's
a
not
thinning
an
hairline.
everyman. He's a super. How is a super rich black golfer an everyman?
It makes him, that part makes him more relatable. Yes, he's got billions of dollars and he bangs everything that moves, but he still has a receding hairline like you. So buy his products. And
so that's the one thing that makes him relatable.
Absolutely. Basketball players, like the people watching LeBron James, they don't care about his hairline. They don't want it. Black men.
I'm not talking about other people. Wouldn't you just want more hair?
He's a corporation. I think his people probably
that
told him.
That corporation should have more hair on the roof.
Like people don't
their
want
headquarters.
People don't want bad teeth. He has beautiful teeth, but a lot of people are like, I don't have the money to get hair plugs, or it's too late for me to do the finasteride minoxidil. This is just what it is. So I think if they look at a guy like Tiger Woods,
why isn't it a flex for you to have a receding hairline?
Why isn't it a flex for me?
You said it's a flex for Tiger Woods.
Because
don't you want to be an everyman?
He has all the money. And he can still say, hey, because I have all this, I don't need, it wouldn't even be fair if I had a hairline. I don't need a hairline to be a complete person. I got money, I got the cars, I got the babes, and the career. Having a perfect hairline would just be unfair. Me, I'm still a work in progress. I don't have no money.
Oh, you think that people do the personal inventory of their pros and cons? And
Absolutely.
You're like, I don't want people to be mad at me by having too much hair.
I don't want to be too perfect because that would make me unrelatable and vain.
Well, listen, maybe you're saving up for your own hairpiece, and $1,000 would go a long way to put some more follicles up there on your dome. So here's a chance to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
There's a town in Indiana. It's called Brownsburg. It's a town of about 28,000 people. It's a northwest suburb of Indianapolis. The hell on earth that is the Indianapolis metropolitan area. Brownsburg, Indiana. There are 5 teachers. Some teachers, a couple of administrators, I think. 5 people who are, at the very least, probably fired, and they're looking at criminal charges for having a special education student eat his own vomit.
What? Come on.
I always think of that line when Lisa becomes a vegetarian in The Simpsons, and she's asking the lunch lady, aren't you supposed to provide some vegetarian options? And she hands her a hot dog bun. It's full of bunly goodness. And Lisa goes, do you remember when you lost your passion for this work? She's smoking a cig, throws her a hot dog bun as her vegetarian option. And I always have to wonder when teachers lost their passion for that work, especially with special education students. If you're a special ed teacher, I think the top line marquee is you're doing the Lord's work there. I mean, that's, I know a handful of special education teachers, and they really are very, very good at what they do because it has an extra layer of, every kid has its own challenges, obviously, his or her when you're a teacher. But these teachers at Brown Elementary School in Brownsburg, Indiana, they had a student who wasn't feeling well, and they told the student not to vomit, and that if he did, he would have to eat whatever he threw up.
Dude.
And so when it became very clear the kid was going to vomit for whatever reason, they threw a tray near him. And then another teacher handed him a spoon. And
this is real life. Like, this really happened. What
this
kind
is
of
insane.
how far did they get?
I just don't understand at what point some of these special education teachers felt kind of liberated to dehumanize their students, because there's a lot of these kinds of cases that end up being special education classes. The boy ate some of the vomit.
I'm going to throw up.
And then used paper towels to clean up what remained.
1 second.
Yeah, right? What was it? What did he have? What did he puke up?
Doesn't say that.
It makes a difference.
I tried to back time and do the best I could. I looked into the Brown Elementary School menu for that week, and I couldn't find it.
He could be a lunch packer, though.
Is that some kind of euphemism? Or
no,
you
like
mean
he packs his
brown
lunch.
bags?
Yeah, he could bring his lunch.
Little bento box.
Also, a 7-year-old doing
Seven.
this to a
Terrible.
7. That's
like
Nora's age.
child.
That's your
Yeah.
They've placed the teachers on
terrible.
administrative leave. I did see a couple of them. I saw a couple of mug shots. 2 of them were in the orange jumpsuits or whatever. So I don't know. But yeah, that's pretty wild.
Is it a power
They're in
trip?
Indiana.
Like these people get off on being able to boss people around or something, or?
It must be something along those lines, right? I mean, maybe not getting off on it, but definitely I don't know if you're just constantly frustrated or I don't know. It's not easy being a teacher. I understand that. But these situations where you read about something like this, there's an uncomfortable number of them that are in special education classes. So I don't know. It's weird.
I think
I don't know
those
what it
teachers
is.
should have to eat some vomit.
Yeah.
I think every one of those that kid's parents and all the kids in that school should all be able to puke in a bowl, and then those and then those teachers have to eat the whole bowl.
But what if one of those teachers, maybe that's their thing, right?
I'm gonna take just a hunch that it's not. I don't think that's their thing, is eating vomit.
Okay.
If it is, then I guess they'll enjoy the punishment. But I doubt that they're into eating not just vomit, but like a bunch of vomit from several different people. Mary, you want to do it?
Dude, I feel like I'm gonna puke right now. Like it's my chest is tight. Even just hearing about the story, but then like I don't even want to talk about it. Picturing like a spoonful going into your mouth. A kid, dude, that makes me want to cry.
7-year-old,
like that makes
yeah.
me. That's so upsetting.
I've got to take a break here. We'll leave on a happy note.
Yeah,
And
right.
if you want to send a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
WMMS.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
35192. Want to send a text to me? I'll see them there. If you want to watch live, do it at alancoxshow.com. And thank you to whoever's helping back there at the video department today. Londalane Dondalane is helping out. Hey, thanks, sir or madam. I do appreciate that. If you are listening to us on iHeartRadio from somewhere throughout North America, even if vomiting isn't your kink, it's called emetophilia, by the way. Yeah. That's if you like being vomited on, or watching others vomit, or sometimes eating it yourself. It's also referred to as a Roman shower.
Come on.
When in Rome.
These are things that you've got to learn about. Marty listens to the show in Palm City, Florida. Greg's in Indianapolis. Kim listens in Nashville. Pete's in Pittsburgh. Keith and Teresa are way down in Key West. And Isaias is in Jacksonville. Thank you, one and all. We are out tomorrow, and then we'll return on Monday, at which point it will be the 1st of May. You'll see no shortage of probably old Justin Timberlake memes, but you're also going to have a brand new promo code for CLE Clothing Company. Last couple of days for you to use the promo code SHOWERS during April. Now, I just do this as a formality because you guys will never get, I still don't know what they mean by it, but you'll never get the May word.
It's not flowers?
But you're...
It's not flowers.
Again,
it's not mother.
Nope. Would have thought. Nope.
May.
Remembrance.
You'll never, ever get it. But
Memorial.
It is
Prom.
Jacket. It is.
It's jacket is what you're saying?
Can you give us a clue? What's it start with?
I can't even give you a clue.
What's it
because
start with?
I don't know what they're connecting it to. P.
Penis.
Poop. Pineapple. Pictures.
Pilgrim.
I do like how you went from penis to poop to pineapple, though. Poof is the word
Poof!
for...
I was so close with poop.
You were one consonant off. I don't know what the connection is, but poof, come Monday, is going to be the word you are going to want to use to get 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. Maybe poof, winter's gone. I don't know. It's still 35 degrees out. Who can tell? But if you shop in their stores, you can use that. If you shop online, clevelandclothing.com, you can use it there as well. Come Monday, poof will be your promo code there for the entire month of May. Don't ask me. I don't know. 31 days in May that you'll have to use the word poof. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in Kansas City as well. The NFL draft begins tonight.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what that means for the Cleveland Browns.
They don't have a first-round pick, so
no,
not much.
Didn't sound familiar.
Your team traded out of the first pick, so
Yep.
there's not a lot of excitement there either, so you just got to go.
Browns will be playing the first preseason game of the year, though.
Yeah, they're playing the Hall of Fame game.
Against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. That Hall of Fame game is August the 3rd. That'll be the first NFL game of the year. You think it'll be Deshaun Watson against Aaron Rodgers? At the Hall of Fame
probably
stadium
not.
there? You don't think so?
No, because they just play, especially when they have an extra preseason game.
They throw in the scrubs?
Yeah, they're not. Especially Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play. He's not going to play in a preseason game.
You don't want to go to Canton?
But there's better things to do that day anyway.
August the 3rd, you say?
Or
I mean, who can plan that far out?
Is it the 4th?
You tell me. You said there are better things to do on August
I guess
the 3rd.
that's a Thursday.
I mean, August the 4th is going to be Buzzard Fest.
That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, Buzzard Fest is going to be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Those tickets are on sale if you're going to join us out there at Victory Park. Live, Bush, Filter, Incubus, a bunch of other bands. After a 23-year hiatus, Buzzard Fest is coming back this August. So let's say you were going to go to the Browns game on Thursday the 3rd, and then you go to Buzzard Fest on Friday the 4th. The 5th, because you can buy tickets for that whole weekend, Buzzard Fest on the 4th, and then Country Jam on the 5th. That could be a big few days for you, especially if you're a Cantonite, because you get that game right there in your backyard, and then you hoof it up here to the big city and have some fun up here with us that weekend. But the NFL draft tonight in Kansas City. The Browns get their first pick in the 3rd round. Unless they move up. I saw draft day. It could happen. You know, when Dennis Leary was our coach, this kind of crap didn't happen. He knew how to do things.
Yeah, but he had a very capable GM in Kevin Costner. So
that's true.
It's
he did.
the tandem.
Yeah, he did. So, yeah. But again, I think that maybe they should take that time while they're waiting for the 3rd round and get some guys over to the football stadium with hammers and chisels and get the First Energy logo off there. They were making a big to-do about that, and it's still on there. Who knows when it'll come down? So I don't know where you watch the NFL draft. It's not like I'm going to be plopped down in front of the television. But they got to wait till the 3rd round to get any picks. The Browns get 8 picks. They get the number 190 pick in the 6th round.
That's an underrated pick.
Game changer.
You're not Mr. Irrelevant, but you're really, really close. How many rounds are there?
15.
How many rounds in the NFL draft? Does anybody know?
7, I think.
7 rounds.
Yeah.
So you're going really, I mean, yeah, their first pick is number 70.
It might be 6 now. I don't remember.
Number 74 in the 3rd round is going to be the very first time that they will pick. I don't even know what they need. But if you're paying attention to that, if you're a diehard fan, if you have at least one vehicle that you have hand-painted orange and brown, you'll probably be glued to this tonight. But something to consider.
I mostly want the NFL schedule to come out so I can start booking my fall.
Yeah, I got to book around.
Seriously.
Oh, I know.
I
was in Indianapolis when they were playing.
No.
It was like prime Peyton Manning versus prime Tom Brady.
No.
And
nobody's coming.
They had this is a Saturday game for some reason, or a Sunday game. I think it was a Sunday game, and there were like 3 people at a show, and like I was working with a big headliner too, and we're just like, hey, nothing you can do. It's that kind of town.
Literally 2 hours ago, I was texting with the booker of a comedy club in Cincinnati, and he's like, hey, what's your fall look like? When do you want to come? And I was like, can we wait until the Bengals schedule comes out? Because I do not want to be in that city during a home game, because it'll just be a nightmare.
The thing is, like, you can also, as long as it's not a Thursday, like you can, if you just do like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and skip the Sunday show.
That's what I was
going to say, you
said.
wouldn't be doing a Sunday afternoon show.
Not afternoon, but if
even
they're
if
home, nobody is
nobody's
coming out
going.
to that show at night. People are getting hammered, drunk, and
I had a show down
passing out
there.
by 4.
Me and Jim Twos were down there last year, and there was a Thursday night game, and we had a Thursday show. The host of the show didn't even show up.
Exactly, dude. So I'm like, no, I'm not. We can wait a little bit.
To be fair, the host of that show was Chris Collinsworth, so he had other things to do.
Bro was booked, man. He was booked.
And
he doesn't work on Thursdays.
His deference to the Bengals is unquestioned. Boy, no good deed goes unpunished. There's a girl. I think this is a little bit of an overreaction, but I like how the tide is kind of turning with some people. There's a girl on TikTok in England who walked in very proud of herself, was feeling pretty good, and she was going to go into one of her local grocery stores and pay for someone's food. Obviously, you can promote it as an act of kindness. It is a nice thing to do, but you're still doing it for clicks or whatever. Amelia Goldsmith is the girl, and everybody turned her down. Really? They refused one by one. Because this is what I was saying the other day. Nobody wants to be part of your dumb video. Let people live their lives. Right? If you didn't have a camera going and you said, you know what, can I pay for your... Maybe one of these people might have said yes. But when you're filming yourself and you're filming them, they're like, leave me alone.
It's annoying.
I just want to get out of the grocery store. She did end up buying some food and delivering it to a food bank. So, I mean, again, the intention, I think, was fine. But just go directly to that. Because everybody they either think you're scamming them or they're waiting for the punchline or something.
You know what?
She ended up crying and being very upset because people wouldn't let her pay for their groceries.
I saw something not exactly like this, similar going around on, I think it was either Instagram or TikTok. It was a comedian who someone had a seizure in the middle of his set, and he like put out the video of him handling a person having a seizure, and the tagline, like the caption was like, hope they're okay with like a broken heart. And I'm like, this is disgusting to me.
How did they film that?
Well, you set up your camera, and so they didn't film the person having the seizure. They filmed their reaction while it was happening and then posted it online.
I see.
I'm like, this is really gross.
They cut that part out. They just
No.
pulled it. No, I mean, they pulled that out to post that specific part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of like, because he's like, what's going on over there? Like, you think it's going to be a crowd work clip, and then it's someone saying, he's having a seizure, call 911.
But there would also be nothing to really see. They'd have this person on the ground. It's a dark club already. They probably put the house lights up maybe, but I mean.
It felt like this
it's very
person
exploitative.
Yes, he's capitalizing on someone having a medical emergency. And I feel like people do this too, where they like fake good deeds so that they can get views. They hope it gets 2 million views, when in reality, you're essentially just spending $30 in hopes that your video goes viral.
Yeah, again, she did end up buying some food and doing what she set out to do, I guess. Her good fortune being making some money on TikTok, I guess. But the guy in the club with the person having a seizure, like, everyone's going to drag you.
No, people were in the comments like, you handled that so well.
Oh, really?
Good job. I was blown away at the fact that people were not. Like, there was.
Well, you can't figure people out, can you?
There was only a couple people that were like, I don't feel right about this. Like, this is super weird, or this is kind of gross. But most of the comments were like, good for you, man. You handled that.
This is terrible.
Right.
Like, click.
This may be really random, but I'd love to pay for your food shop today. Just because I want to. No. Honestly, like I do this thing where I want to do something nice.
I do this thing, or I want to do something nice. Oh, you mean just doing something nice?
You can do it.
I do it all the time. I just don't film myself doing it.
Right.
Well, but if you're a TikToker, you got to feed the beast, boy. There's nothing you're doing that's not getting filmed. So, but when you have to explain to people what you're doing, because they're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Right, you're gonna like punch him in the mouth or something.
That was stressful, guys. That was really stressful. I felt really like in panic mode. I don't know why. I just felt like I was expecting someone to be, overjoyed and grateful and happy for me to pay for their shopping, but obviously that didn't go down well.
Yeah, she's very upset. I was waiting for someone to be overjoyed. No one's overjoyed anymore about anything. People don't get overjoyed. People are constantly looking over their shoulder now. And that's in England. In this country, everybody's freaked out all the time. Some people have reason to be. Some people have zero reason to be. Everybody's armed. Everybody's on edge. I had somebody text me the other day, somebody we know, about how she was in traffic, and I don't know if she honked or flipped somebody off or somebody cut her off. Dude, like, flashed a gun at her in traffic, and she's freaking out. Here's a whole thing.
I know maybe it's the same person, but yeah, that's people do that because they're just
insane.
the people just are so tightly wound. They're so angry, and they just don't know how to deal with it.
YouTube is, we were talking about metaphilia before, as a corollary to those teachers that made that special needs kid eat his vomit. Some people get off on that. Some people's kink. But YouTube is kind of doing a blanket crackdown on eating disorder videos.
Good.
So they're updating their policies to limit that kind of content. They'll ban videos that show, in their words, behavior that could be imitated, which is really vague because, I mean, everything could be imitated. But here's what I kind of don't understand about this.
Good luck trying to imitate this show.
Yeah! What I don't understand is eating disorder content is just considered content about people who don't eat enough.
Yeah, shouldn't the mukbangs be there too?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are eating disorders only when you eat too little? I mean, obesity in this country is a way bigger issue than anorexia or bulimia, and I'm not to diminish that at all because it is a big deal. But it's like 1% of the U.S. population. Obesity is a much bigger public health crisis. Around the world, by the way. You know, they had these stories about a month ago. Over half of the world's population is going to be obese in the next decade.
We did it.
Hey.
World hunger is gone.
America.
No, that's a world. That's
here's
a
the thing.
globalist thing.
But eating disorder content is always considered in the realm of not eating enough or eating too little. Not, to Bill's point, mukbang videos. Japan, around the world, is the country that has the highest rate of eating disorders. And they're about a third of the population of this country. So that's a lot of people. So when they talk about eating disorders, that's what they're talking about. They call them pro-ana videos, pro-anorexia. You'll see that hashtag sometimes. Hashtag ANA, and you know, and it really is awful stuff.
It's disgusting, dude.
It's gross. But I'm always unclear as to why that's what is considered eating disorder content and not people who are gorging themselves.
Because people who are gorging themselves, I don't think that's a community. I don't think that's.
But that is an eating disorder.
It is,
I mean,
but there are people cheering each other on Twitter and YouTube and TikTok. Like, keep going, girl. You can make it one more day. Keep your calories under 100. Like, I don't think people.
I'm sure they're doing that for people who eat a lot. Sure. I mean, that's why you have My 600-Pound Life. There's television shows devoted to it.
But those people are generally sad, depressed, and alone. They're not looking for online communities of one another. Like, people who are eating in those quantities are usually ashamed of it. They're not promoting it.
And all that may be true. I'm just saying that to define an eating disorder and limit it to things like anorexia and bulimia, I don't understand when it comes to things like...
Because the other stuff doesn't have an online community. There's no online community of people being pro-obesity.
What I'm saying is there's nothing in a definition of an eating disorder that refers to an online community.
What I'm saying is that YouTube is probably only focusing on the ones that are a problem. There is no problem of people viewing videos telling them you need to be eating 8,000 calories a meal.
I mean, those are on, there's kink sites where guys pay girls to lay there and they're, keep stuff in their face.
Yeah, but that's different.
Girls who make money doing
That's people being paid for a specific sexual kink. That's not promoting becoming and staying obese.
Well, but it kind of has to do with consuming. Of course, like if you're anorexic, you're not buying food, you're not buying Coca-Cola. You're part of the problem.
Oh, you think this is a capitalism issue?
Yes, if you're obese, you're
supporting the economy.
You're using DoorDash, you're using Uber Eats, you're getting McDonald's, you're getting Coca-Cola, you're hitting all the boxes. So YouTube's like, those are our advertisers. Keep it up.
It's a money thing.
It's always a money thing.
Yeah, follow the money.
Follow the money.
I got some Flogging Molly tickets for you. After the break, another $1,000 to go with it. Maybe you'll end up winning both. 3:30, next shot for you to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. If you want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
For the rest of the afternoon, partly to mostly sunny skies, 50s and 60s. Oh boy, we're back to cloud cover rolling in with rain late tonight and occasional rain into your Friday.
This report is sponsored by Classic Hyundai.
Classic Hyundai and Minner. Get a 2023 Hyundai Sonata with 0.9% APR for 48 months, plus $500 bonus cash, Hyundai Assurance, and America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Drive ClassicHyundai.com. Offer expires 5/1/23.
Hey, it's Alan for FanDuel. Well, the Cavs did me dirty, but I made some nice coin on that Heat over the Bucks thing. If you are betting at all on the NBA playoffs, you should be doing it where you can turn crossovers into cash and a whole lot more with FanDuel. And if you're not, use my name to get on. FanDuel.com/Cox. Sign up right now. Place a $5 bet. You'll get an instant $150 back in bonus bets, win or lose. They do great promotions every day. It's safe. It's secure. Couldn't be easier to use. You get paid instantly, and you can bet however you like. No better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel.com/Cox to get in. Sign up to get $150 in bonus bets back when you bet your first $5. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over and present in Ohio. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and discover what it truly means to drive.
Time to get stuff away.
All right, it's Flogging Molly back in Cleveland Friday night, September the 15th at the world-famous Agora. AXS.com has got the details for you, tickets, info, whatever else you're looking for. If you dig these guys, be caller 10, and it's going to work out for you and a guest. 2 for Flogging Molly. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'll have tickets for you for these guys next week. Alter Bridge is coming back. It's basically Creed without Scott Stapp. Miles Kennedy is the front man. But they're on the Pawns and Kings tour. It's a good lineup, boy. It's Alter Bridge, Seven Dust, who are always awesome. And Mammoth WVH, Wolfie Van Halen, Seven Dust, and Alter Bridge. They're going to play August 8th at Jacobs Pavilion. So I'll have tickets for you for that show next week. Hook you up. See Parkway Drive, the Monsters of Oz tour, presented by 2 Hours to Midnight, our new metal show here on MMS. At Parkway Drive with the Amity Affliction, North Lane, and Make Them Suffer from Australia. Mars Volta is going back out on the road.
That's cool.
So I'll get you set up for that show, which is in September. And the Mushroom Head 30th anniversary and Halloween show is at the Agora on Saturday, October the 28th. I'll have the hookup for you for all of those shows next week. And one more that I can't tell you about because it hasn't been announced yet. Will you have to take your mom, Mary Santora, back to the Mushroom Head Halloween now that you've broken the seal?
I don't
and
know.
took her last year. Well, not with that kind of attitude.
I didn't want to go last year. I had a good time, but that's not for me.
Well, maybe you'll have another good time. Your boyfriend, maybe Brian should take your mom.
Yes, just Brian and my mom can go on a date. That'll be fine.
It's not a date, but they both like that band.
Yeah.
Or that music.
That type of music,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I'm good.
I thought you all went. Your sisters,
We did.
you.
There was a full box of us.
What if it ends up being this coming year, everybody still goes except you?
Then that no one will go because I bought the tickets.
They're
They're not paying for that.
They won't?
No, absolutely not.
You bought them full price?
Yes. I bought the entire box full price.
What if, because you know how happy it makes everyone, you still buy the tickets, but you don't go?
I'm not going to do that.
Wow.
Why would I do that?
Because it's your family and you love them and they have a great, great time.
Do you know how much I've done for my family that I love?
I
I'm learning
don't.
how to set boundaries in therapy because of how much I've done for my family that I love.
So you're saying that's all over. No more free rides on the back of Mary Lynn Louise Santora.
No more free rides on things I don't want to do.
So they, even though you're outnumbered familially, it has to be something. Everyone has
if I'm
to.
paying for it, yes.
All right.
I feel like that's fair.
It's pretty manipulative.
How is that manipulative?
Because you're saying you all have to figure out something that I want to do,
No.
and then that's what we'll do.
Not at all. You can do whatever you want to do
Well,
with
not
your
if they want
money.
you to pay for it.
Well, that's what my point is.
But
If
you're
you want-
manipulating them by holding the money over their
it's
heads.
my money.
But if you are their access point and you love them and they're your family.
I have been financially supporting my family as long as I can remember. And I will still do it if it involves things that I am also enjoying. Like we're going, my whole family's getting together and we're going to Columbus over 4th of July. We're going to go to the zoo one day. We're going to go to the water park the second day. And then we're going to my brother's house the third day. So I didn't buy everybody's tickets, but I paid for two cabanas right next to each other. So that way we had like a home base. Because otherwise it would be chaos trying to get 25 people together.
Wait, where are the cabanas?
At like the water park.
Oh, I was going to say zoo
Gotcha.
cabanas?
Not a zoo cabana, the water park cabanas. Because they have
Bring
like,
us the animals. You show us the animals. We sit in the cabana.
Where is my
You present
snake?
them. Yes.
We will post up next to the monkey house.
Yes.
Right. No, like, but for the
It
water
actually
park.
would not be a bad way to do the zoo.
That would be awesome. They bring you a koala and you can hold it and stuff.
You have a personal monkey valet?
Yeah. No. Not the bonobo.
I asked for an ape, not a monkey.
But yeah, so like that, I have no problem doing that. That'll be helpful for everybody. That doesn't bother me at all. I'm going to be there and enjoying it as well. But if I were not going on that trip, I would not have paid for those cabanas. Because there's
You're
no
going
point.
to a water park on 4th of July weekend.
We're going to a water park the day before 4th of July.
That is going to be...
That's why I got the cabanas. I got the last 2 that were even available. And I told everybody, I was like, yo, this is going to be chaos. This is going to be an absolute nightmare.
It's going to be capacity.
We're going back to Vegas the week of the 4th, and I will have a cabana there at the pool.
Yes.
I'll pay for the pool cabana.
But if you
there will be no animals.
If you weren't going, would you pay for your brothers and sisters to have a pool cabana?
Well, it's just me and Gwen meeting some friends from L.A. They're going to go to Vegas. We're going to meet them there. We're going to be there for the week. But see, I've never once gone on, and Gwen and I have actually talked about this recently because my nephew lives in Tucson now. We've never gone on a Cox family vacation. Not once. We didn't travel when we were kids because my parents hated to travel. But as we're all grown-ups, we probably, by all accounts, should have done it way before now.
Yeah.
Since they're all, it's not like we're all spread out. They're all in Chicago, and I've been the one moving around the country. So it's an easy fix for, anytime something like is going to happen collectively, it's me that goes.
Yeah.
So that's me not necessarily giving of my money, but giving of my time, which is, as we all know, more valuable than money. You can always make more money. You can't make
Sorry, I'm allergic to BS.
more. Bill Squire? He's pure BS.
I know.
That is
Watch it now on YouTube.
way to refer to him. How
Well,
dare you?
We didn't go on our first family trip until last year, and we only did that, after my dad died.
And it was such a ringing success
Oh my
that who wouldn't want to replicate that?
No joke, that's also
experience.
why I got the cabanas, because I'm like,
How dare you?
This is a big enough water park that we all don't have to be together 100% of the time. This
Nor
is a
should
home
you be.
base.
You
can
gotta have
come-
some space.
You can come take a nap here. You can have a little bit of lunch, go to the pool, go to the lazy river. We'll meet back at noon,
Right.
that kind of thing. But yeah,
Cody,
we're
do you
trying to-
think that your boyfriend and you will still be together the week of the 4th?
Hope so.
Yeah.
We're planning. I think I'm going to take him to Pentatonics with me, and that's in August.
With your mom, too?
Yes.
Has she met him?
Yes.
Have you met his parents?
Yes.
How'd that go?
Well, I mean,
This was in a public forum? It wasn't walking up to the door and knocking?
before and I don't know if this is taboo or not, but before we even started dating, we spent Easter together. We celebrate Easter on Sunday. He celebrated his Easter on Saturday.
It's when he sees his boyfriend.
So yeah, I met his extended family, and I don't
Why
know-
did you think that was taboo?
because we weren't officially dating yet. But I
Whites and blacks.
actually have some info that I don't think I can. I don't think I'm ready to say it on air yet.
Come on.
But I don't know.
You're engaged.
No.
Are
I
you
don't
engaged?
No. I don't.
You're pregnant.
I don't want to blow up his spot live on air, but I will tell you guys in the group chat, and I think you guys will get a kick out of it. And then if he wants to elaborate on that, you can.
Well, like we're
Could
gonna
I be
text him?
pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Did you sex to become pregnant?
I did not.
No.
But he's related to someone that we've mentioned on the show before.
Michael Jackson?
Bam Margera.
No,
Who turned himself in, by the way?
Yeah, he did. Okay, well, once you get that all ironed out, make sure that you put us in the loop, will you?
we'll do.
What will you do the week of the 4th? Bill? I know this is way off in the distance,
Oh,
but
boy. I don't know. Let's see. I think I'm going to Arkansas.
Arkansas.
like you do,
Yeah.
what better place to celebrate
Well, that
our
might be the-
nation's history than a state where they don't want you to do anything?
Because
with
we're
your-
going to be out
with
that
your
whole
liberty.
week, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do some shows down in Arkansas.
In the NWA?
Yep. Back there.
All right. Bill's trying to ingratiate himself with the Walton family.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, when it's all over for all of us in showbiz, you got to figure out what your next move is going to be. And I think it would be fantastic if by that time, Bill Squire had worked the long game to the point where he just ingratiates himself into high society in Northwest Arkansas.
That would be cool.
Where you are the toast of Bentonville. And even though you don't have Walton blood coursing through your veins.
Yet.
You are, that's right. You are accepted into their community, their high society as one of their own. And could a bust dedicated to William Scott Squire be far behind
I mean, probably
in the NWA?
Probably have one by the end of the year, to be honest.
By the end of this, which year?
This year. I got an award named after me in Cleveland. One more weekend in Bentonville, and I'm sure they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, we'll name this award after you, or we'll make a bust of you."
I mean, you have a good...
my new hour's getting pretty good, so it should. Yeah. There's callbacks,
but you have a real
there's
good
tags.
You have a real good
It's got
start.
all this stuff.
You have a good start because you can go to them and say, "Look, I won the inaugural Bill Squire Award." You're not dealing with some scrub
And
here.
I plan on doing something so terrible that they can't even give it to anybody else. So then it's even more prestigious because
So it
it's
was
just
a one and done.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Anything with your namesake will be sullied.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So you can't even give it to somebody else.
That's diabolical.
It's called branding.
Good for you. I got money to give to you here, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. This week and next, your last couple of weeks to grab some of this money, but plenty of chances to do so between now and next Friday. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Boy, I didn't think that we could handle any more heartache after the death of Jerry Springer. But
my girlfriend, by the way, was like, Jerry Seinfeld died? And I was like, no, idiot.
And how'd she react to that?
Well, I didn't even say anything.
You yada-ya'd the whole thing.
Because I go, Jerry Springer died. And she's like, didn't he just put a special out? And I was like, what? And then like 20 minutes later.
John Mulaney died.
She was on Instagram and she's like, oh, Jerry Springer. I'm like, you thought Jerry Seinfeld, didn't you? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. Okay.
And he's still fine. He's in good
like,
shape.
You don't listen, do you? And she's like, no, I don't.
Now, it's the death of Red Table Talk over there at Facebook. Facebook is, they don't know what the hell's going on these days. They're going in a billion different directions, and they've lost about $30 billion in the past year. And Meta, which is their parent company, has shut down the Facebook Watch Originals group. They thought that Facebook Watch was going to be it's going
to be like a
big,
TV channel.
Yeah, like a Netflix. They were going to compete, but it just didn't fly because people don't have a great image of Facebook. And so Red Table Talk, which was the Jada Pinkett Smith show where she was sitting around with her daughter and her mom, and they were talking about their vaginas and how she cheated on Will Smith and the whole bit. But that was like
she had an entanglement.
That was the breakout hit. Well, they call it a breakout hit. It was the only thing over there people watched called Red Table Talk. But see, that to me is a show that I could see somebody picking that up. I mean, I can't figure out if it was just a hit on Facebook or like a legit show that people would watch elsewhere. So none of the shows that they were producing will be returning. Remember early on they had a show with Jessica Biel that was on there. That was actually pretty good, but I think that went away pretty fast.
It was like an actual like a TV show?
It was a scripted show. Yeah, they were trying to roll out a bunch of...
Are you thinking of Seventh Heaven?
No, it was called Unbelievable, and she was a magician.
Unbelievable.
Oh! No, I forget what the show was called. It was called Limetown. It was from, for a while everybody was like, let's turn this podcast into a TV show. And nobody watched any of them, but she had a show early on called Limetown. I think somebody might have picked that up, and I would imagine that the Red Table Talk might get picked up somewhere. Even though it's got that Will Smith stink on it.
I was going to say, where else are we going to find out what Jada's doing, who she's cheating on Will Smith with?
It's funny when they try and do stuff like that, because they tried to do a pilot for Your Mom's House podcast with Tom Segura and Christina P., and it was going to be for like CBS, like network television.
Like a scripted thing?
Yeah. And they're like, do you know what we do on our show?
Right.
And then once they got more of a gist, they're like, oh, yeah, this will never work. It will never. It's just not the place for it.
Well, I just don't understand. Facebook Meta universe is already such a huge thing. Why do these corporations have to have everything? You don't need to be a streaming service. You don't need.
Well, because there's money to be made.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just greed in my book. You don't need to have a streaming service. They have videos on Facebook already. You can't even moderate those properly. And now you want to have TV shows? Like, it's unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. You got games. There's so much stuff in there already.
Yeah, you're talking about two different things, though. It's all unnecessary, but there's still money to be made on it. Red Table Talk, they tried to spin off with Gloria Estefan.
Oh, yeah, I thought she was just like a fill-in after the whole cheating scandal. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they did a spin-off.
Tried to do Miami.
Red Table Talk on Facebook has 11 million followers. That's no small potatoes.
Dude, that's a lot.
That's a lot. So who knows? But they have, because Mark Zuckerberg wants to get this metaverse, come hell or high water, boy. Nobody can talk him out of it. He's just burning money over there, but nobody can talk him out of it. Because I guess he figures he knows better than everybody else.
It's a huge brain.
Yeah. So if you were a fan of that, my condolences. You can always leave us messages on the After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, I don't get it. Your crew, every time I try to call for a giveaway, it is literally just a rude crew where I get through, never answer the phone. I just don't get where the courtesy ended, where you could say, oh, we've already got our winner. No, but it's not picking on your group, but it is kind of a little bit annoying that it does start ringing right away, you think you may have a chance of winning, all to be hung up on from your crew. So this is Joey from North Olmsted, Ohio.
Joey, grow up. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I can't figure out people who complain about something they didn't win. Like, I don't need Poundcake taking 4. You don't need to be told you didn't win. If it rings and you don't have Poundcake go, hey, you won, you lost. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say that. You didn't lose anything. You just didn't win something, right? You didn't lose anything. We didn't take anything from you. So it's not about rude. I don't need Poundcake. I got other people who want to call and talk to us. Those are the calls I care about.
I do give
Once he gets a winner, if it keeps ringing for you, you didn't win. You're a grown man. That's what it is.
I do give them a courtesy.
It's not a rudeness issue.
I've given them a courtesy. I spend like a minute or two after we already have our winner and clear out the phone lines and say, hey, if you call after that time,
right? I
don't pick it up because I know you're calling about a winner. I get people 10, 15 minutes after we already have our winner, like, hey, did I win the prize? No, sir, you're hella late. And I don't say it like that. I don't say it rudely. In my head, I'm saying it, but I'm like, no, we already have our winner. You're calling 20 minutes. We're about to go to the next break, and they're like, did I get the tickets? I'm like, what tickets, sir? What are you referring to? Oh, I don't know. I heard there was a giveaway. You heard that 20 minutes ago.
Cody.
He's right.
He's fired up.
That's why I keep it to caller 10. I used to change which caller. We used to caller 25. I don't need Poundcake answering phones for an hour to try to tell somebody that they won 4 Christmases on DVD.
And if I was answering phones for an hour,
I need real calls, not,
I guarantee you, an hour after I answer the call, they're like, hey, did you get your winner? I'm like, we gave it away an hour ago.
It's so rude. It's not rude. You didn't win. And you didn't lose, because you can't lose something you never had.
Also, don't lump the crew in with this. This is Poundcake telling
nothing
them,
to do with me.
You didn't win anything.
I assume
you're hella late.
I assume he means Motley Crue. I mean, they're getting all kinds of attention.
I will say, I want to protest these people. They know when to call. Everyone thinks it's like fixed or like I set it up to where the same people win all the time. No, you guys need to step up your game and need to listen more often and know when we do giveaways, because the same people essentially win all the time. So
they're the ones calling.
Yep. Not my fault.
Yeah, it
They're
is
the
weird.
dedicated winners.
It is weird, yeah. Well, because I'll hear from people, I listen on the app and I can never win. Okay, because there's a delay. All right. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't miss doing those promotions gigs at all. People used to get fired up. Like, about to fight people over like some Charlie Murphy tickets. I'm like, damn. Y'all really wanted to go
those are hard to come by these days.
Charlie, I know.
We gotta pick one dead comedian.
You gave them 2 Charlie Murphy tickets. Ma'am, they come in pairs. But why do you have to take the last 2? Because those were the only ones we had.
The last two.
Oh man, they were ready to throw down at Broadway, or not Broadway, at the beach, Edgewater Live.
I missed that. Did they bring that back?
No, I don't think so, no. Post-COVID, I think a lot of that stuff went away. Yeah, well, anyway, here's your answer, Joey. It's not about being rude. It's about reading the room. Let me take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
98.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians when the Detroit Tigers are in town. It's going to be Monday, May the 8th. It's going to be 4 tickets for you at Progressive Field. CLE Guardians/fan value for a lot of great value offers on upcoming Guardians games. Hopefully it'll be a beautiful day for a baseball game. Guardians Tigers on Monday the 8th. 4 tickets for you. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
There's no news.
Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192 to send me a text. If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thanks. So make sure you give a tip of the cap to Londalane Dondalane, who's helping out back there for the final live show of the week. We will be out tomorrow. Saturday night here on The Buzzard, it will be the return of 2 hours to midnight. It is 120 minutes of nothing but metal. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And week to week, we throw in a bunch of stuff that we dig, requests that you guys send. We'll play local music from Adrift on River Styx and Replicas. Some new stuff, some classic stuff, but all of it metal. And anytime you want to submit a request or your own band, maybe a band you're not in but you really like locally, 2htm@wmms.com is the email. And we post the playlist every week at WMMS.com. So 2 hours to midnight, Saturday at 10 o'clock on MMS. No metal on Buzzard Fest. Metal is, admittedly, a niche genre. You know, I've gotten messages from people who are mad that it's on so late. And I go, yeah, it's not going to be a prime time show. And that's, frankly, just fine with me. A heavy metal show is going to be a late night show. That's where it's supposed to be. It shouldn't be on when the sun is still out. But Buzzard Fest is August the 4th, returning after 23 years gone. And it's Incubus and Filter and Live and Bush and Winona Fighter and the Kaleidoscope Kid. And those tickets are on sale now. It's going to happen at Victory Park in North Ridgeville. Not looking forward to that traffic, by the way. Doing a little reconnaissance on that venue, and it's a lot of 2-lane roads around there. So, anywho, don't worry about that. Tickets are on sale at WMMS.com for Friday, August 4th, the return, triumphantly, of Buzzard Fest. Welshly Arms. How could I forget them? Great band from Cleveland, but it goes out and tours, and they're on the bill as well. So get your tickets, and we will all see you there. If you read, you know, I was reading the In-Flight magazine on our trip back from Sedona for spring break because I was just taking a break from the book that I was reading. I like to keep my mind mossy by going back and forth between something I'm really engrossed in and then something utterly ridiculous, hence the In-Flight magazine. And Delta Airlines are consistently at the top of customer satisfaction surveys, but the fundamentals of the airline industry are so god-awful that even they can't escape some occasional bad press. And there was a Delta plane that had to make an emergency landing after the leaky bathrooms jammed their controls and shut down the autopilot. Most commercial airline pilots will tell you that they're there for the ascent and the descent. They're there for the takeoff and landing. Once you get to your cruising altitude, flip a couple of switches, and you're kind of good to go. Water was leaking from plane bathrooms, and so it got into their controls. They had ice that had formed around their plane controls, and so they had to make an emergency landing. Now, do you tell the people that? You have to tell them something because they go, oh, this isn't our destination, but we have to descend rapidly. This was a Prague to New York flight.
What's in between? An ocean.
Water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wastewater leaking from the bathrooms that then froze.
That's so gross.
Yeah, that
You know,
seems like a
there's
very
been
bad design.
But also, you know, you've read these stories about like those giant pissbergs that'll fall out of the sky and onto someone's house. The giant frozen hunks of blue water. You know, at
I
30,
always thought that was a myth.
I don't think so. I mean, way back in the day, I don't know. I think it might be a myth at how frequently it happens, but I think it has happened. I mean, I remember distinctly in the early 90s reading about a flight that was, I don't know what it was. I don't know what the route was, but there had been a crack that had formed in something, and so wastewater was getting out of it. And, you know, at 36,000 feet, it's very, very cold. And so obviously that all freezes. And I don't think it was a situation where they were worried about cabin decompression or anything. But I think something like that has happened where like giant frozen blue water from a plane has fallen to the ground. But this jammed up all their controls.
What's the David Spade movie?
Joe Dirt.
Joe Dirt, yeah, because he finds a
Hey, meteor.
Yeah, he's eating French fries. dipping the
Husker
ketchup
do's,
on it.
Husker don'ts.
Yeah.
Bunch of space crap.
Peanut right there. That's a dead giveaway.
Dude, I'm fed up with traveling. I
By the way, our own Bill, did you see that our own Mary Santora is like part of the 1% elite
I know.
now?
What did I do? How am I
All
part
of
of
a
the 1%?
sudden, she's part of the elite. She's complaining about her treatment in the club,
Oh,
at
I
the
was
airport.
so
Yes, tell us the
She's
story.
like,
'Cause
this dumb bitch
That's
doesn't
how
know
I
my
felt.
points.
No. Okay, so preamble. I went on a Twitter rant this morning about people who travel together and don't book seats together and then expect everyone to move for them. If you're one of these people, you can just jump into the lake. I hate you. 6:00 in the morning, this family is seated in 3 different rows, and then they all just sat in the same row. So 3 times people came to their seat and there's someone in it. And the lady's like, yeah, well, this is my son and my husband. And they're like, okay, this is my seat. She's like, well, we're supposed to be up in like 4 days. Can you just move? And I'm like, this happened 3 times. I was so aggravated, 6 in the morning. So I'm already in a bad mood.
But why? People either move or don't. Why was it being asked repeatedly?
Because all 3 of them were not in the correct seats. They just picked a row and sat in it together. And then 3 people came to what their assigned seat was, and the lady was like, oh, just move. Just go take our seat. We're all traveling together. But they didn't book together. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's annoying.
That's
That's
so
I'm with you
annoying.
on
So
that.
you already have a full head of steam.
I am so
By the
aggravated.
time you get to the Diplomats Club.
I am so mad. So I go into the United Club because I had a 2.5-hour layover. So
And this is where?
Chicago.
Yeah.
Now-
At O'Hare.
At O'Hare. I have a Amex Platinum business card, which gets me lounge access to like thousands of airport lounges. The thing that sucks is
good for
I know. The only airport that I don't have access at, or one of very few, is Chicago. And with United, you're flying into Chicago constantly. You're
Why'd you fly
always
to Midway?
Well, they always route you through O'Hare. That's just where their biggest hub is. That's closest to Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
So I go in. I'm like, I'll just buy a pass just for today. So I walk in.
What do
and
you get from that pass, and how much is a pass?
It's $59 a pass. You get a full buffet of food. So they had like scrambled eggs, bacon,
This
sausage.
is in the morning.
Yes, potatoes, all breakfast foods, different pastries, oatmeal, overnight oats. Like it's a full giant buffet of food. And
Chicago
then
hot
it's
dogs?
not for breakfast, maybe for dinner. I don't know. But then they have like espresso machines, a full bar. All the alcohol's free if you drink. All the coffee's free. Like everything's
Oh, they have
free.
alcohol in the morning, but not hot dogs in the
Listen,
morning.
you take it up
I
with
see
them.
what's going on.
Email United because I
What
did
kind
today.
of club is this?
Well, so I go in, I hand the lady, I said, I just want to buy a one-time pass. I hand the lady my United credit card, and she types in my information. She goes, oh, well, you're Premier Gold status. I said, yeah. And she goes, why don't you have a United Club membership? And I said, because I have a business account that I get club membership.
This is your LLC.
Yes. I said, I have a business card that I get membership everywhere. And she goes, well, what card is it? And I'm already aggravated with the people who screwed up the flight So now I'm like, just swipe my card and let me in this goddamn lounge.
Wow, Bill.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
She's all hoity now in the United Club.
So she's trying to be helpful.
No, she's not.
Boy.
Wait. Because
have you ever had one of these cards? Have you ever had access to a club like that? I haven't,
I
boy.
just sit with the people at my gate.
I do
Vermin?
too.
Vermin. So
If you ever see Mary at the terminal while you're waiting for a flight, just remember. Now, our listeners know this feeling all too well because she's publicly stated that she hates you.
They know. There's no confusion
Right.
here.
But I mean, people who might be coming in and out, stragglers, right? If you find yourself across from Mary Santora at the airport, no matter where you're listening,
Don't even look at me.
don't, for your own good. You don't know what kind of day she's had. You don't know that she has gotten, she's not having the alcohol, but maybe they ran out of, clearly at this lounge, they ran out of hot dogs before she got there.
I was very upset at the lack of hot dogs.
You are
for
vermin.
breakfast.
Vermin.
I just buy an $8 bagel and then sit at my gate. That's how I do things.
Well, on a 2.5 hour layover, it's nice to have like a quieter place to be with a bunch of food and a private bathroom. And
You
all
are a
that
parasitic worm to Mary Santora.
100%.
That's right.
Do not make eye contact
You
with
couldn't
me.
be more despicable.
So I told
You
the
are
lady.
a blemish on society.
She goes, what kind of business credit card do you have? And she's trying to sell me. She's doing her job because she's like, we have the United business credit card. I said, I understand. I have an Amex Platinum. I just get a lot of perks with it. I can get into the Centurion lounges. You guys don't have a Centurion lounge here. This is the only airport I don't have lounge access. And she goes, well, but you fly United. And I said, yes. And she goes, well, you can't get into Centurion lounges if you fly United. I said, that's incorrect. I have the Amex Platinum, and you just have to be an Amex member. And she goes, no, that's wrong. You cannot. You have to fly American in order to get into those lounges. And I was like, I was just in Denver on Sunday in the Centurion lounge flying United. So now I'm getting aggravated because I'm like, you don't have this credit card. You don't know what you're talking about. And just let me in the lounge. I'm trying to pay you money. What are you doing? And she goes, I think you have your clubs mixed up. Like she thought that I didn't know where I was.
How long before you called her vermin?
I didn't call her vermin. I said, listen, I understand that you're just trying to get me to sign up for the credit card. Can you please just let me into this lounge? And she swiped my card and she goes, just go. And like flipped her hand, like just go.
Both of you guys were on one.
Well, screw you, dude. Don't sit here and tell me that I don't know what my credit card gets me. Like, it's rude for you to sit there and assume that I don't know what I'm talking about when in reality, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. So I got right on friggin' United and I sent an email. I said, hey, I had a very unpleasant experience today. Because you know what this dumb bitch did about a half hour later? I ate my food, put my feet up, go to relax, maybe take a nap because I have a 2.5 hour layover. She comes over to me, taps my foot and goes, ma'am, you can't lay down here.
You're making yourself at home in the fancy lounge.
I was so mad.
You know where they don't do that? At the gate.
Yeah, that's right.
No, there are people
There's people
sleeping
just wearing
everywhere.
shorts and cowboy boots at the gate. They couldn't give a fat
There's
frog's
people
ass.
sleeping everywhere in the United
You
Lounge.
can take the girl out of Berea, but you can't take the Berea out of the girl.
There are people sleeping everywhere. People have their
Well,
feet
then why
up.
you?
People because her and I got into it on the way in. So she comes
But
up.
if she's telling you and not telling other people.
I swear on my life, I was like,
Because
go
she was
wake
a
up that man.
one-time member in there. She's not like one of the official members. She just paid her way in.
Ma'am,
So
I'm
she
sorry.
was
Feet
looking-
on the
Yeah.
furniture is for regular card-holding lounge members, not just your Cedar Point Day Pass.
Yeah,
all
but
right?
were the other people sleeping? Did they have their feet up on the furniture?
Yes,
Okay.
they had their feet up. I was so done with
Thought
this
you
lady.
were a hobo, like a homeless person.
Well, and I was like, you know what? And I had to sit there for a second because she like tapped my foot. Ma'am, you can't lay here.
Did you pretend like you were asleep?
I was asleep.
Oh.
And I woke up and I was like, excuse me? She goes, you can't lay down. You can
Was this
sit up.
How old was this woman?
She's probably mid-50s, early 60s.
Okay.
She's had it.
Screw you, dude.
She's had it.
This is your job. What are you doing? So she comes over, she taps me on my foot. She goes, you can't lay down here. I said, excuse me? She goes, you can't sleep like that. I said, that guy's sleeping. And I pointed to another guy who was sitting in a chair. She goes, yes, but he's sleeping sitting up. And I was like, are you kidding
Were
me
you
right
in
now?
full recline?
I was like seated with my back against like parallel to the wall. Like my legs were up parallel to the wall. So my back was against like the cushion and then my feet were up on a bench.
You
But
think
it's a
she could-
one-person bench.
You think she could smell on you that you were an interloper?
I don't care what she could smell on me. I was so aggravated with her. So now I'm real pissed because I've been up since 4. I had get out of my seat lady on the early flight bossing people around. So then I was so mad at the lady on the early flight I couldn't sleep. So then now I've been up since 4. Now I'm mad at the United lady because she's giving me crap and not giving anybody else crap, where there's people sleeping all over the place. Some lady's got her baby on the floor. You're not yelling at her.
Hey, why don't you
that
yell
baby
at,
was a member.
Why don't you yell at that baby on the
That baby
floor?
had the United credit card.
I have the United credit card. That's what made me so
you
mad.
had the Amex one.
No, I have a United credit card. That's why she asked me why I wasn't a full-time member. She goes, you have the Premier Gold status and you have the United credit card. Why aren't you a club member? And I was like,
She
first
was
of all, none of
she
your
was
business.
berating you for not having the benefits that you should have had.
She thought she was gonna get a commission off.
I know she did, but here's my point.
Oh,
Why
is that
in
true?
the-
She's trying to sign you
Yeah,
up.
she's
I
trying to
see.
sign me up for the credit card. Now here's for the lounge access. It's like it's $600, $680 a year or something like that. And now what I
If you're
sent
there
in
all
my
the time sounds like it's worth it.
what I sent in my email to United Corporate was, hey, I've actually been on the fence about a United Club membership for a while now, and the way that I was treated today has completely changed my mind. This person is rude.
What was
They're
her name?
assuming I didn't get it.
What?
I didn't get
You
it. I
fire
was
off a
so
strongly
mad.
worded letter and you don't get her name. I assume she had a name tag.
Yes, but I was not looking at her name tag. I was looking at her stupid bitch face.
Wow.
I was so mad at this woman. And here's the thing is that when she came and woke me up, it was the time where I was like, do I make a scene in this airport? Like, that's legitimately where I was. I was so tired. I have been
Listen,
in...
you'll do some numbers if you I mean,
I wanna go
comedian
viral.
freaks out at United Lounge. That'll put you out there.
Dude, I have been in 4 different states. I've taken 8 flights in 6 days. I am exhausted. I understand that no one asked me to travel as much as I do.
It's not her fault.
And I understand that. But as a customer service representative, maybe don't pick fights with people. How about that? You don't know what kind of day people are having. Traveling is stressful enough. You're making it worse.
You don't know what kind of day she was having.
I don't care at this
She was
point.
just trying to do her job.
She
the
wasn't
sell
just
you
trying
thing.
to do her job.
At first she was. She was trying to sell
mean-
you on the thing, which
And
is
I get
what
that.
they're
And I said,
supposed to do.
hey, I'm not interested. Please
Wait,
swipe
so
my credit
she
card.
didn't care what kind of day you were having and you're angry. You don't know what kind of day she was having and you don't care.
My point is, I'm not
Seems
in
to
a
be
position of
you're-
customer service.
I mean,
If you're trying to get something out of me, the way to do it is not by saying, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, ma'am. You're wrong. Now buy something from me.
the customer is always right. You
No,
should have
I
told her
am
that.
right in
you
this
should
scenario.
have told her that.
And if I were wrong, I'd have been like, you know
Ma'am?
what? You're right. I forgot that I always fly American every time I use a Centurion Lounge Pass. You're right. You probably know more than I do. I'm still very aggravated with this woman.
You sound like it.
Because it's like, dude, all I'm asking you to do is let me in this lounge. I even appreciate the upsell. Congratulations, you're doing your job great. When you start insulting my intelligence and saying that I don't know what I'm talking about and I have my lounges and airlines mixed up, how stupid do you think I am?
And then slapping your feet.
She didn't slap it, she tapped it. If she'd have slapped it, I'd have lost my mind.
Tapped your feet with her hand.
With her hand. Ma'am? She was so loud. You can't lay down here. I was like, I woke up like crazy-eyed.
So
like,
not
"Excuse
only
me?"
so she's not stuck behind that desk, that welcome desk. She's doing laps
Here's the thing.
to make sure that people are
No, to make sure that I wasn't, because every other moment she was behind that desk. I was like, she saw me laying down and she came over here to say something.
Oh, so she
But the other
just-
people sleeping weren't laying down. They were just sitting up.
They were lounged almost exactly the same way that I was. And you know what? I was so mad that I went on United's website and I looked up the lounge access. And there is a thing that says you have to have proper attire and you can't put your feet on the furniture. So I
What's
was
the
like,
proper attire?
well, everybody was in sweatpants, so I don't know what the proper attire is. But it said right on it, like, you're not supposed to have your feet up on the furniture. You're like, you can be removed at any point for not having the right.
But other people were.
But other people were. And I pointed
So
at
they're
the guy
trying to pretend
directly,
it's fancy.
directly across from me. I said, he's sleeping. Yeah, well,
But
he's
did he have his
sleeping.
feet up?
He was sleeping sitting up, but he had his feet on like a ottoman type thing.
And
Well,
where
an
were your
ottoman is
feet?
for feet. Where were your feet?
My feet were on the bench next to me. They're
Oh, you
one
were-
person benches.
But
no
you were,
one else
but-
could have sat
but you
there.
were you were draped over 2 pieces of furniture.
No, I was not. The other guy was. The other guy was seated in a chair with his feet up on an ottoman sleeping. I was in a one-person, like, they're kind of like stalls almost. Like, they're made so that you can only fit there. And I sat to the side and put my feet up, rested my head back, and I got in trouble.
So
Your
how
feet
did this
were on the
whole
seat.
how did this whole situation resolve itself?
She walked away, and I didn't say anything. What am I going to do? I sent the email to United.
Did you sign it a perturbed customer.
Well, I was like,
You've lost me as a constituent.
I'm annoyed that she acknowledged, hey, you fly with United a lot. Look at all your points. Look at all your status. She didn't say thank you. She didn't say welcome to the lounge. She said, you've got problems. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
and
yeah,
if
it's not
you
like
just
she gets.
listen
It's not
to
like she
me-
gets paid more if you're a lounge member.
But like Cody said,
Doesn't
she
do her
probably
any
makes a
good.
commission off of it.
If you
Worst
sign up.
salesperson ever.
Yeah, and then if you didn't sign up, then she's not making a commission. So
Yeah,
she's
like,
like,
screw
"No,
you, bitch. You're going to have a
this
hard
is-
time here.
Yep.
So aggravating.
She doesn't want you back.
I don't want to go back after that.
Can't believe you didn't get her name.
I was
Caught
too
up
mad.
and had a different name. Just
What'd you eat at the buffet?
Wow.
I had scrambled eggs. I had potatoes. I had oatmeal. I had, this is when Alan's going to pop in like, you had all that for breakfast. I had
I didn't say anything.
sausage. I had
Why
fruit.
am I on the...
I had, because now I'm mad. Now I'm all riled up and I'm going to take it out on you guys.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I had chia pudding. I had a little bit of everything.
you had all that for breakfast?
See? I knew it was coming.
Is it because you're on your period?
Sure sounds like it. The way you were talking to probably Nancy.
Maybe they synced up.
Yeah. Me and Nancy were both ovulating.
Mm-hmm.
And probably that lady who was kicking people out of their own seats. We're all on our period, and that's the problem with women and why we can't ever be the president. She's got the nuclear codes.
How many people were in the lounge?
It was not crowded.
Well, that's kind of my question is you probably were at a disadvantage. You would have benefited if there had been more people in there.
It was, yeah, because she would have been busier.
Yes.
It was not, it was honestly pretty empty. It wasn't very crowded. But
Was she also, I assume that they had like, they had Aramark people doing the
Yes.
food. She wasn't in charge of the food,
No, she's
too.
not like behind the buffet.
The
No, nothing
Jane
like
of all
that.
trades, right?
And they had, because they also have
She's
people.
working the waffle maker and screaming at Mary.
They also have people like cleaning up. There's different people who come by and bust the tables and things like that. So she was literally, I think her job was just the front desk. And then she left her post.
She's
to come
looking
make a
for
point.
reasons to exert her influence over you.
Right.
You plebes.
Yes.
Or as you
No,
call
just
people,
me.
vermin. To her, you were vermin.
And that's fine with
How does it feel, Mary, when the tapped shoe is on the other foot?
I'm not walking around waking people up, telling them they don't know what they're talking about.
Been funny if she would have tapped you. Ma'am? What? You still don't know what you're talking about. And then she just walked away.
She pulls up Amex's website. She's like, actually, you get bonus points if you fly Delta. So
Yeah, that's right. Wow.
yeah, I was very aggravated. And then I came straight in here.
Tales of the 1%, Bill. Boy, I tell you
I know.
what, I cannot identify with this.
You're a
I'll take your-
millionaire and you can't even identify with
I'm not
this.
a shut up. I will, I don't get that at all, but I'll take your word for it.
Listen, with great fame comes great responsibility, okay?
Uncle Ben said it.
You know.
Was it the Polaris Lounge?
No, the Polaris Lounge is only for international travel.
Okay.
It was the Gate
I'm
C10
trying to-
United Lounge at
I'm trying to-
Chicago O'Hare.
Okay, I think I found a picture of
This lady
it.
with dark hair and glasses.
So I'm not trying to find her. I'm just trying to look at the.
He's
the-
looking at these staff.
Oh, I'm looking-
like they're going to have headshots
I'm
on
looking
the
at the
website.
chairs that they have.
It's so there's like benches lined all the way against the wall, like padded benches, but they're set up like probably the width of this, maybe a little bit bigger. They're maybe, I don't know how long my legs are, 3 feet. And then there's 2 little nubs, like armrests.
Still talking about your feet?
Yes, my 2 little nub feet. Santortos@gmail.com. No, there's like 2 little armrests about every 3 or 4 feet. So I was seated foot to butt. We're both touching the armrest. Like a love seat, but you know.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they had a problem with. 'cause
That
their
she had a problem
feet
with my
were
feet being on the bench,
seat, yeah.
not an ottoman.
Right.
Because the guy across from me was seated up with his feet on an ottoman, and that's okay.
He knows what's up. He had already been
Apparently.
yelled at by her. Did he give you a knowing look like he had a bitch guy?
No, he was. I was sound asleep. I was the one who was woken up. My slumber was disturbed. What?
I imagine you telling this story to you when you were still a bartender, and you rolling your eyes at like
when my bank account was
yeah.
negative $34, and I was
like
on
yeah,
cocaine.
and you're just like nodding along because you're like I just want a good tip.
Right, this
You're like,
stupid.
yeah.
bitch.
You're like, yeah, I don't really travel that much, but like that sounds terrible. Yeah, I just-
Oh, what a reversal of fortune.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a break here. If you are a fan of Stavros Halkias, comedian who's coming through to do Playhouse Square, the Fat Rascal Tour, I'll get you a couple of tickets for that. Another $1,000, by the way. Keep in mind those keywords are coming fast and furious, courtesy of the Buzzard bookies. That's on the way around 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart
Seeds on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Step away, time to give. Step away, time to give. Step away, give. Step away.
All right, comedian Stavros Halkias is going on the road on the Fat Rascal Tour, and he's going to be here to do Playhouse Square. It's going to happen on Saturday night, October the 7th. Tickets, info, everything else at playhousesquare.org. And caller 10, you get this pair of tickets right now. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, it was Bam on the run, but he has turned himself in. Bam Margera, last seen fighting with his family, and then they said he ran off into the woods with his girlfriend and his kid and some meth. Which, listen, I don't know a lot of things, but that doesn't sound like a positive combination.
And my guess is the meth was not recovered.
You think that was all gone by the time
yeah, I'm guessing
he
he's
got out there.
I'll turn myself in after all this meth is gone.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
All right, well, I'll take your word for it. According to, you've got a co-conspirator there in Bam Margera. But he has turned himself into, this is all in Pennsylvania, right? He lives outside Philly. WGAL television was the first to report this. I don't know if that's Central PA. I don't know what it is. He shows up in like a collared checked shirt. Looking, looking a little bit better than you probably might expect him to. I don't think I ever knew his name was Brandon. Brandon Margera. Turned himself in to authorities in Chester County. Oh, look at him. He's all cleaned up and looks relatively meth-free, not taking any questions from people. You hope he can keep it together.
For real.
Yeah, people like Bam. I mean, Steve-O figured it out.
Yeah.
I wonder what the difference is there with Brandon. Can't get it together. Anyway, it could have gone a lot worse than this. So that's good news. Turned himself in this morning. It's fingerprinted and photographed. They set his bail at $50,000. What's the charge? Assault?
Yeah.
Okay. Everything went great. He said the accusations are false. Everything my brother is saying is not true. And we will sue him for defamation.
Okay.
And he will be evicted from Castle Bam sooner than later. I don't know if you want to call your place Castle Bam.
No, it is like a castle, though.
I know, but in a public statement about charges against you, maybe keep it on the straight and narrow. Because this is his statement. Well, I guess it's on Instagram, but still, it's a public statement. The reason this happened is because I read his phone saying he wants me back in California, and he wants to find a way to 302 me. Is that that's probably a police code for mental instability or something? What is a 302?
I have no idea.
Involuntary commitment.
Ah.
I mean, every married guy knows about that.
All right.
Hey-o.
Okay,
Hey.
that's enough. That's enough.
What?
You voluntarily said I do.
Yes, I did. And I'd do it all over again, baby.
But would Gwen?
That's the problem.
That's a question for another day. Involuntary commitment is what his... and he ends it with, F him, against his brother. Pennsylvania Stadies had issued the arrest warrant for him on Monday. He allegedly punched his brother in the face during a fight at their home in Pocopson Township. All right. Jesse Margera told the cops that Bam had pounded on and kicked his locked bedroom door and punched him in the eye, nose, and ear. Well, listen, I mean, there's a lot going on here. I don't know if you've necessarily got the moral high ground when you've been extracted from a forest with meth. But hopefully they'll get that all figured out.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
A lot of people can identify with this kind of stuff. You know, I think people think that...
Lots of people have brothers.
A lot of people have brothers. But I think that there's this notion that because you're well-known, that it also means you're rich. There are a lot of people who are famous and aren't rich. Lance Bass comes to mind. Those NSYNC guys, boy.
He's rich.
Well, he is now, but he wasn't when he was in sync. None of those guys were. Because Lou Pearlman took all their money. So they all have a lot more money now than he did then. But glad that he's got it all figured out. By the way, one day after, I think we talked about it yesterday, and they got so much bad press that they are backtracking on that whole going back 20 years in Ohio to get people to pay their parking tickets.
Idiots.
And again, this should underscore to people how much sneaky crap they try to do. Because they just got so much heat because it became a public thing, because a plain dealer started to report on it, because it became public information. That's when they said, okay, like Dave Yost, who's the AG in Ohio, decided it was probably going to be too much of a hassle. He's blaming Cleveland. He's like, well, we can't do it because they kept bad records. Some nonsense like that. Right.
But he's probably also not wrong.
I guess, but you might want to figure that out before you tell people we're going to go back 20 years and get people to pay their parking tickets.
The hell you were.
Well, that was the plan. Then word got out. People started talking about it. And it's an automated system for collecting unpaid debts. And I guess they're going, quote, back to the drawing board. And I like to envision them in one of these conference rooms with a giant drawing board. And what it says is, how are we going to get more money from people?
It just says tickets with an arrow and then 2 question marks.
2 question marks. Old, and then somebody else writes old tickets.
Right.
Even better. 20-year-old tickets. Cleveland municipal courts have to be responsible for handling refunds. It's their mistake, so it must be their cure. Yeah, well, whatever. Because it costs them money to do it too. They don't want. We don't want to spend $21 to get a $20 ticket paid.
Right.
That sounds exactly like the kind of fiscal management, though, that this city is so well known for. Quite frankly, to spend $21 to make $20. That's like the gambler's mentality.
Yo,
they should have Mary Santora come and speak to them.
I will teach you everything you need to know.
The city's fiscal managers.
About finances?
Yeah, really get an earful from her.
And probability?
This is a person whose expertise you should avail yourself of.
Everybody. Just message me. I'll tell you how to live your life better than you're doing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I know everything, and I'm never wrong. So, you're welcome, America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You are welcome, America.
I don't know if Mary
There's no
should
other
be
way
in
to
charge
put it.
of this. She can't even keep track of what her credit card gets her.
That's true. I don't even know what airlines I'm on half the time.
Mm-hmm.
I wander around the airport like
Just walking into lounges.
Wow.
Let me in your lounge. I have a
to-
credit card.
I have a Visa through my credit union. Does that allow me in here? I can use it at the gas station. Treat me like a plebe.
Like vermin?
You can drop the hillbilly from you and you're just bougie now.
Dude, I still wear a Monster backpack. No, I'm not. Whatever.
You can tap my feet, man, but how dare you touch my Monster energy drink backpack? How dare you touch my swag?
This was a prize.
That's
You
right.
see that top pocket? That fits a flat bill hat, ma'am.
How do you like that? Let me give you $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Once an hour, you get one of these keywords, and with it, a chance to put a little green in your pocket. So I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This Week in Jesus.
This Week in Jesus, God's porn star. This is someone that this is a Christian porn star who quit her teaching job because she said God told her to. God, when people love the phrase, God is great, God really is great because you can get him to do anything. It doesn't have to be anything that makes sense. You can just attribute anything you want to that guy, provided you believe in God, of course. I don't, so it's all made up. But Courtney Tilia is a now former teacher. It always amazes me. I mean, these super hot chicks that are like teachers, no disrespect to teachers, but listen, I went to school. I didn't have any teachers that look like this. It's like they're just waiting around for something to be developed like OnlyFans. She was raised in a very religious household. And she was raised, in her own words, to be a good Christian girl, went to Catholic school, ended up being a teacher at a Catholic school. But surprise, surprise, was never truly happy in her career. And so she's decided to change what she was doing. She's 36. She's from L.A. Decided to enter the adult industry. I love this. With encouragement from her husband.
Yeah, duh.
Honey, I'll make the sacrifice. If we can make money by you getting railed by other dudes, then I guess I'm willing to make that sacrifice. But she said it wasn't just her husband. It was her other husband. God.
Jesus.
God had a say in it, too. I felt super disconnected from myself when I was a teacher, she says, and I felt super disconnected from God.
And it was just so hard making all those kids eat vomit.
Yeah.
It's really
For free, no less. Mm-hmm. I can be on camera doing that and making money. She said, when I started connecting myself back to God, I felt the nudge to help liberate women from their sexual shame.
I love this.
I mean, there's no harm in it, but I really do continue to enjoy, for good or ill, the things that people will attribute to God.
Well,
that God told them to do, and then fill in the blank, because nobody can prove you wrong.
That's my point, is that now if Christians, a very big part of the Bible is that you don't know God's will. Like, one human to another can't say, well, God didn't tell you that. So right. Now if Christians are either going to, well, not that they are.
Well, no, but everybody loves telling you that they know what God says.
But it's different for every person. So that means that if Christians want to tell her, God doesn't want you to do porn, and she says, well, he told me specifically that I did, they're going to be torn about it.
Talk about a burning bush.
Oh, God.
Yeah! No?
No.
She said her porn career now leaves her feeling holy and sacred.
Holy.
Holy indeed.
H-O-L-Y, not H-O-L-E-Y. And so she considers herself God's porn star, and she is very cute.
I love that.
She's got kind of a Lisa Ann vibe to her, See, these girls, what side your bread's buttered, right? You might be hot, but put on some glasses, and all of a sudden you also look smart.
Yeah.
So obviously she makes a hell of a lot more money now than she did when she was a teacher. But, we always get these after stories. The before story is pretty boring. She's just a super hot teacher. But you have to be like, oh, my God, imagine this woman's walking around your school. It was only a matter of time before they would have gotten rid of her for something. You're mixing up with nuns. She's teaching at a Catholic school.
It's also one of those things where it's like, not one of my teachers, not one, even was like, they just were all old ladies.
I still had teachers in the full habit. You only saw their face.
Oh, that's what that's called?
Yes.
Is that why Sister Act 2 Back in the Habit is called
that?
Yes,
dummy. Oh, get out. This is why you can't sleep in the lounge.
Oh, no. Let's.
You don't get to sleep.
I thought it was like back in the habit of singing, like a habit that you do. I didn't know it was called the habit. Cody, you don't get to tell me where I can and can't sleep.
It's got a double meaning. Oh, the best jokes always do.
Look at that.
Double entendre, if you will.
23 years later, the movie makes sense.
She was today years old when she
Aw.
learned what a habit was.
All right. Well, that made me happy. That's a good thing to know.
There you go. Yeah, back in the habit is their joke there. This girl, however, since quitting her teaching job, it might not shock you to learn, makes about $100,000 a month.
Good for her.
She has 18,000 loyal subscribers. And she says she's way more connected with her faith now than she ever has been. And so she is feeling great about it. I'm sure her husband is feeling great about it too. We are not meant to suppress or deny things like our pleasure and sexual expression. We're meant to enjoy them and embody them fully as God had intended. Listen, there's nothing in the Bible that says that you can't take pictures of your boobies.
It's true.
Nothing.
Very
show me
true.
chapter and verse where it says that you may not showeth the whole, and I'll shut up. But until then,
God is in his holy temple.
That's right. That is right.
Before we go to break, there's some breaking news.
Oh, there always is.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
Jerry Springer's still dead?
Yes. But
He
also,
re-died.
Lamar Jackson has agreed to a 5-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. So he's going to stay a Raven, which I know a lot of people thought he was going to get traded or end up somewhere else. But he's
Oh, not Lamar Jackson from the Jackson 5? I thought maybe he was going
no.
on tour again.
Lamar Jackson, the quarterback.
Oh.
He's just got a 5-year extension with the Ravens. Don't know how much money he's getting yet, but it sounds like he's getting a lot.
Is there a Lamar in the Jackson 5, Cody?
No. I didn't think so.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. It's where you'll get pictures. And listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rising from the ashes of the 90s.
Buzzard Fest.
August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live. Filter.
Tickets on sale now. And your chance to win your way in at WMMS.com.
Save up to $275 when you buy a set of 4 eligible Goodyear tires.
Hey, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen out in Manor. Mike Urban and his whole team close the month strong, so you can shop for your new ride at Classic VW, like the VW ID4. It's an EV. It's awesome. 2023 IHS Top Safety Pick. Classic VW has them on the lot. There's a $7,500 lease bonus included there, too. You can build your deal online. You go to driveclassicvw.com, hit the easy button there, and then you stop by the store, finish a couple things up, and then you are driving off in your brand new VW. More 2023s arriving daily, so go see my buddy Mike Urban at Classic Volkswagen in Menor and get your best deal at driveclassicvw.com. Not all customers will qualify. Offer ends April 30th, 2023.
Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival is almost here. July 14th through 16th at Ohio State Reformatory with Slipknot, Limp Bizkit, Pantera, plus Full Beat, Megadeth, Lamb of God, In This Moment, Highly Suspect, and more. Hurry and get past
A serious birth injury, call Elk & Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Expect major delays on 77 South. Before 480, 2 left lanes taken away with the crash. Traffic backed all the way to 490. 90 West, the inner belt south of the 77 exit. 2 right lanes blocked. Traffic is backed onto the inbound East Shoreway to East 72nd Street. An accident reported 90 West at West 140th. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Ohio 811.
Contact Ohio 811 at least 48 hours before you dig, and Ohio811.org will notify the utilities to mark underground lines. It's easy to do, and it's the law. Dominion Energy of Ohio, Centerpoint Energy, Duke Energy, and Columbia Gas remind you to know what's below.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. It's Take a Kid to Work Day. No one said it had to be your kid.
An Amber Alert has been.
Oops, it's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want to send a text 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live. Dondelane is helping out back there in the video department. Many thanks there. We will be out tomorrow, but Saturday night, you'll get 2 hours of metal. Our new metal show is called 2 Hours to Midnight, and it starts at 10 o'clock on Saturday nights. Still kind of trying to iron out the kinks with rain-delayed ball games and all kinds of weird stuff. Now that the Cavs are out of the way, don't have to concern ourselves with that either. But 10 o'clock, I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 2 hours of metal. Your requests, local metal bands, and just stuff we dig. So tune in Saturdays at 10. If you want to submit anything, email us to htm@wmms.com. Guardians are at Fenway tomorrow night. They'll start the weekend series against the Red Sox. That is a 7:10 start here in MMS. So 6:40 or so is when your pregame stuff will begin. A 4:10 pitch on Saturday, and then Sunday at 1:35. They will. Who do they play after that? I think the Yankees. They go down to New York after that. Also this weekend in Boston is Satan Con.
Woohoo!
You're familiar with Santa Con, but Satan Con is happening this weekend in Boston. I was going to send Poundcake to get some audio, but figured he'd flip out.
Do I have a choice on that?
Well, it's a little late. I mean, this was something I was thinking about a couple of weeks ago. But
I don't throw in my Christian beliefs that often, but this is where I would have to take a stand.
And what kind of stand?
I'm going to walk in there with all my Christian jewelry, my necklaces and my rings, and I have my patient's cross on my back, and I'm walking.
But what would you be avoiding?
Satan. What do you mean?
Well, this is celebrating the 10th year of the Satanic Temple. I mean, they don't.
Yeah, that's satanic.
But they don't worship Satan.
It doesn't
They don't
matter.
believe in Satan.
So you wouldn't want to go there. Why?
The only people that believe in Satan are Christians.
It looks bad.
Right. So, all right, well.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
That's not exactly faith in action, my boy.
What? Because I should be able to walk through the valley through the.
Well, why would you? You tell me. Why would you run the other way?
Fear no evil. It's not that I fear them. It's just why would I want to be a part of that?
To talk, see where they're coming from.
Nah.
I mean, they're celebrating 10 years of existence, the Satanic Temple in Boston. I mean, Christianity hasn't even lasted that long. I'm sorry? Oh.
2,000 years?
Alan, check your notes. I sent you an updated email about Christianity.
Oh, boy, was I way off.
A little
I was
off.
way off. Well, not to be confused with the Church of Satan, this thing in Boston, it's pretty tongue-in-cheek. But, they're celebrating their big Satan Con this weekend. And that sounds like a lot of fun. Why not? The weekend convention at the Boston Marriott in Copley Place is
perfect.
Is sold out. The Boston Marriott. Oh, I love it. It's a nice part of town, though. Boy, I should have sent him. Could have gotten him a room. If I threw enough perks in, he would have done away with his whole
You give him a $50 per diem every day for food, and he's in. He's in 100%.
He would have rethought his faith with the quickness. You kidding me? So if you are one of our bureau chiefs in Boston and you want to get down to Copley Place, that's where they're going to be having it. Maybe you're a Guardians fan that'll be in town for those Red Sox games. That might be worth checking out.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Mm-hmm. The late, great Mayor Menino. He's been dead for a while now, I guess, hasn't he? Yeah, a long time.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr. But he was a well-loved guy. Thomas Menino. He died in 2014. So Satan Con this weekend. Something to think about there.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
I heard you guys talking about Satan Con.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to put little Poundcake's mind to rest. It's got nothing to do with me. I do get a cut. That is true. I sold my name, image, and likeness to this thing.
Did you have a photo shoot? You had to get a headshot for this fest?
No, nothing like that, but I will say, I'm surprised at how many people still confuse it with SantaCon. A lot of guys showing up with like beards, red coats, the whole bit.
I mean, either way, red works.
Red works.
Say they're all false prophets, so.
I don't know what that means. But the point is, I have been asked to make an appearance this weekend.
And?
I'm just not a baseball fan. I was talking about the ball game. Bill, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking about the ball game, not the Satan Con. Poundcake, I am disappointed in you not coming to this thing. I'm really disappointed.
The baseball game or Satan Con?
Satan Con.
Good, I'm glad you're disappointed. That's a good thing.
Well, I don't like to be disappointed.
Well, that's too bad. Get thee behind me, Satan.
I don't know what that means. All I'm saying, I'm trying to talk to you man to man here. I mean, I thought it would be cool if maybe we could hang out. I think you have the wrong idea of me.
Oh,
and
how
frankly,
so?
That bums me out.
How do I have the wrong idea of you?
Well, you clearly think that I'm gay, and I'm not.
I don't think you're gay. You said that.
You keep telling me to get behind you.
No, that's the saying in the Bible saying, get thee behind me and all of your fleshly stuff. Yeah.
What the hell kind of word is fleshly? Fleshly?
My worldly desires.
Fleshly?
Yes.
Where in the Bible does it say that, by the way?
I don't know.
Where is that? I mean, I helped write the thing, and I don't remember that.
Psalms.
Psalms.
1440.
Did he say?
Matthew 16:23.
Did he say Psalms?
He did.
Bill, is it?
Yeah.
Psalms.
He said Psalms, yeah. But he said it to Peter.
You know what? He thought Peter was gay too. I don't need any. I'm just saying. I thought we could have hung out.
No.
All right.
I won't be seen with you.
Well, nobody would see me. I would only appear to you.
That's even worse. People would think I'm crazy.
Yeah, it would look like you were talking to yourself, but it's Boston. There's a lot of people that do that.
You know, I don't want to.
All right. Well, maybe I'll just come see you in Cleveland then.
I'll pray you away. It's fine.
I looked this up, and there's all these different versions, all these different translations, which in no way ever gets misinterpreted. But my favorite one is the MSG version. It says, "Peter, get out of my way. Satan, get lost. You have no idea how God works."
There's a Madison Square Garden version of the Bible?
Apparently.
Or is that monosodium glutamate? Which one is it? Like the food additive or the... Okay.
So it could be Psalms for all you know.
Psalms. This guy, I got to get the hell out of here. Anyway, anybody wants to come hang out with me in Boston this weekend?
Get the hell out.
I'll see you later. Meet you over there in the Harvard Yard. Bye, Poundcake.
Bye.
See you soon. I'll see you soon.
He's right.
Psalms. Son of a bitch.
The Psalms West.
Yeah. Hey, Randy.
The kids' version of the Bible is the MSG one.
Okay. What's up, Randy? Hello.
Hey, Alan. MSG, Michael Schenker Group.
Hey, or Macaulay Schenker Group. Yeah, either one works.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Macaulay Schenker, 86. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Playing that on your show. All right. Yeah, the reason I called in, you were talking about the whole Satan thing. I don't want to misquote Bill. I don't think he said only Christians, but he mentioned, Christians, theists believe in Satan. And so I was just going to say that includes Muslims, Shaitan. And one of the things that I found out is, I can't remember if this is just old Muslim lore or if there's any Muslims who still believe this, but there's an old Middle Eastern legend about Shaitan, that basically when Shaitan was still Lucifer, not the fallen angel, they all worshiped God and they would readily bow down to, Jehovah, the one true God. And then when God created Adam in the Garden of Eden, according to this legend, God commanded the angels, including Lucifer, to bow down to this wondrous creation of his. And most of the angels did it, except for Lucifer said, "I'm sorry, God, I can't do that." And he goes, "Do you disobey me?" He goes, "I'm sorry, I just can't do that." And supposedly that was why Lucifer and the other rebel angels were cast out. I just ran across that recently online somewhere.
That's what inspired the Hall & Oates classic, "I Can't Go For That," parentheses, no can do.
See, Alan, this is why I call you. You're a font of knowledge.
There's a great French horror movie called Shaitan from like 15, 20 years ago that's worth checking out too. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate the heads up there.
Randy!
There in Kent.
Your mother's in here with his card. Would you like to leave a message? I see that she gets it.
If that's true, then you must know my mother's maiden name. What is it?
Pea soup all over the joint. Well, there you go. I'll tell you the dude. This guy popped up, Edwin Castro. For some reason, I thought that the guy was a lot older than he was. I don't know why I thought that. I just assumed. Edwin Castro is the guy that won the $2 billion Powerball out in California. Nice. And he has really kept a low profile, kind of, getting everything kind of squared away. But information started to trickle out that he was scooping up a lot of real estate. He bought a $25 million house in the Hollywood Hills.
Nice.
He's from Altadena, so he's just buying. It's not far from where he is from. Somebody got a photo of him coming out of a Chase Bank with a big fat envelope of cash. And he looks like a regular dude. He was wearing like joggers and he's got like long hair. It was back in a ponytail, and he and a buddy were getting into a $250,000 classic Porsche that he bought. Cool. He bought that house in the Hollywood Hills. He bought another $4 million house in the San Gabriel Mountains. And, he took the lump sum. He got $997 million. So every picture of this guy, I mean, I hadn't seen any pictures up till now. Somebody tracked him down, or I don't know. Every picture of this guy is going to shock you. He's smiling.
No.
He, ear to ear.
Doing it right.
Ear to ear. And it would be great to just be like a schlubby, ponytailed, bearded dude who is now like the richest guy anybody knows.
Yeah. Don't change, man.
Good for him.
You would change so much.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
You're screaming at ladies in the Delta Lounge.
United.
You'd be like, "I'm going to buy this lounge and fire you."
Yeah, I would. I'm your new boss, and you're gone. Hope you don't have kids.
Somebody left a message on the talkback and suggested that you buy the membership and then just fly to O'Hare just to scream at that woman.
Just go there
just to go back
every
and bitch
free
at
day
her.
that I have. It's only an hour flight. I could go to O'Hare and back in like 4 hours.
That's what I'm saying. That's what this person is saying. Yeah, get the membership, go back there. You'd be like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman when she goes back to the store.
Yeah.
Big mistake.
Huge.
I don't know if this is an upside or a downside when I was reading about this Edwin Castro, though, is he has a full 24/7 security now. He has a group of guys like the Secret Service that he pays to tail him everywhere.
That makes sense.
He has a rotation of 3 guards who protect him and his house around the clock. And he hasn't done any interviews or anything, but just a couple of candid shots of him walking around, just a regular dude who can now buy anything he wants. And if you have that kind of money too, because there's a picture of him and his friend getting into this Porsche, if you had that kind of money, let's say you had a friend that had that kind of money. Let's say you're the friend. Would you feel weird saying to him, hey, can I have $1 million?
Not at all.
Because it's just, he could throw that away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you wouldn't have a problem asking a friend that.
Not for 1 second. If one of you guys won the lottery, I'd be mad if you didn't give it to me.
If one of us won $997 million and we didn't give you any money, you'd be upset.
Yes. We've been through so much together.
I wouldn't ask none of y'all for nothing.
You're a liar.
I wouldn't ask none of y'all for nothing because it would come with strings attached.
I believe him. I don't think that he would.
It would come with strings. I'd be like...
And you know what? I would put that to the test because here's what would happen. If I had that kind of money, I would give you and Bill $5 million apiece.
Then wait it out.
And I wouldn't give him one thin ducat. He wouldn't get
He'd be on the Poundcake podcast. Man, I just think it's kind of messed up.
I got all this money. I didn't get nothing.
I've been answering phones for 29 years.
I didn't get 29 years. I didn't get nothing.
Not that I'm asking for it, but...
This dumb cracker, he got all his money. He won't give me nothing.
Interesting how the gay black guy didn't get nothing. Two white people got something.
Uh-huh.
We got your number, brother.
I was going to say, it makes it more controversial if he doesn't give me, so it gives me something to talk about and complain about for the rest of my life. I'm like, can you believe my boss? Yeah, you know the guy I used to work for?
That was 30 years
He's
ago.
He's a bigot.
He could have bought me a Chick-fil-A or something. Like
30 years later, he's talking to somebody. He's like on a porch. He's like, this son of a bitch, he had more money than anybody I ever... He didn't give me none. Think of how my life might have changed.
You know how I would probably... if it was like one of my good friends that won $900 million, I would probably call them, text them, go to their house, do something, and I'd be like, dude, give me $1 million. And I'd say it just like that. Dude, come on, just give me $1 million. And then if they did it, I'd be like, hell yeah. And then if they didn't do it, I'd be like, what the heck, man? You got like so many millions. You don't need all that.
It would be awesome to write a friend $1 million
That would
check.
ruin the friendship.
Why would that ruin the friendship?
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Why?
Because
it would ruin the friendship if you had $2 million and they asked you for half of it.
Yeah.
If you have almost $1 billion, you're going to make more. You're going to make multiple times that in interest that month.
Yes, but it's not even about if you have it or not. It's about how that friend's life is then going to change. You make someone an instant millionaire that they're not prepared for.
Dude.
You became an instant millionaire.
Me? What are you talking about?
In this scenario, you got that money through the lottery.
The guy who won the lottery became an instant, almost billionaire.
He wasn't ready for that. Nobody's ready for that.
But what I'm saying is people coming out of the woodwork, like their lives are...
But here's the other thing, Cody, is that if your friend gives you $1 million, while that is a life-changing amount of money, that is not forever never working again. You buy a house. No, it isn't. You buy a house, you buy a car.
You buy a Subway, you buy a franchise, and then it's money for it is.
I forgot about your goal to own a Taco Bell.
You buy a franchise and you're set for life. Just buy it. Like buy it in a popular area and you don't have to work anymore. You get $500,000 a year from that franchise.
Subway might not be the way to go.
Pick a franchise.
Yeah. Chick-fil-A.
Oh, Mary, did you get your shoes?
No, I haven't checked I haven't been home.
Okay.
I haven't been home for more than 14 hours.
Wouldn't Brian have told you if you got shoe boxes in the
I
mail?
didn't deliver them to my house. I have a P.O. box.
Oh, that's smart.
Just got a pissed off box.
If you could buy a franchise.
That is one P.O.'d box right there.
What franchise would you buy?
Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret? I was going to say, you about to lose your money.
No, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Dude, I wouldn't have any money to invest. I'm giving all my money away.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Your life would be
give me some
ruined.
money right now.
I don't have any money right now.
That's what you get for buying the $60 buffet pass.
I know. I understand that. I know what kind of a mistake I made today. That's why I can't give you any money.
Your family would come out of the woodwork like, Mary, I know you got money.
I would give it to him.
See, and yeah, your life would be destroyed.
If I had all that money, I would give it to my family. I know I would. There'd be no more boundaries.
But would there be stipulations on how they treat you and everything?
It would be, don't ever ask me for anything again. Here's $5 million. We can still be friends and hang out, but I do not want to hear one peep of any kind of a complaint from you.
That's never going to happen.
Well, that's the rule.
Yes, but that wouldn't happen. They'd be like, well, I know you gave me money, but I'm still your brother, or like, I'm still your sister, so I still got to tell you how it is. Like, this doesn't. And
No, I'm not saying you have to be nice to me forever. I'm saying I don't ever want to hear one financial complaint from you for the rest of our lives. If you have a financial complaint, take it somewhere else, because here's $5 million. If you don't know how to spend it, that's your fault.
And then they'll be like, well, you can't just expect me to take this money responsibly. Like, you didn't hook me up with an accountant or like a financial advisor.
Well, then I'll take it back. If you don't want it, if you don't know how to spend it, then give it back.
I already spent it, Mary. I've already
well, that's
spent
whose fault
it. That's
is that?
my point.
It's not you're 50 years old. You don't know how to spend your money. That's on you, dude.
Mary's a big hypothetical arguer, Poundcake. So
I'm
tread
so
lightly
good at
here.
it.
Her favorite thing.
This is her area
all
of
day
expertise.
long. I came in a couple weeks ago and I asked you guys because I had a specific Red Bull. Wait, I did it this morning because I have a Red Bull in the fridge, knowing I was coming in off no sleep, and I was like, I swear to God, if I get there and my Red Bull's not there, I was already planning fights in my head. I had what I was gonna say ready. Oh,
Nobody's going to get her more aggravated than she gets herself.
100%.
That's her love language.
Fight with me about things that don't matter.
Specific Red Bull has been added to Buzzard Fest. Very exciting. I got a break. I will have those Dream Sonic tickets for you. That's a cool tour. It's Dream Theater Animals as Leaders in Devon Townsend. So if that's you like the cut of their jib on that, I'll get you the last pair of tickets here shortly. That show is Jacob's Pavilion on July the 8th. It's a Saturday night, so we'll do that on the way back. 35192 and a text for anything else. Another $1,000 on the way, too. Listen for that next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie coming up at 5:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to get a good metal lineup. The Dream Sonic 2023 tour is Dream Theater, Devin Townsend, and Animals as Leaders. Awesome. Saturday, July 8th. It'll happen at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica, AXS.com. Got the tickets, info, the whole bit. Last pair of tickets for you here this week for the Dream Sonic Tour. Make a count. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hey, you with the good taste. What the hell you doing here? It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I think these guys are on that Spirit Box show next weekend, around the corner. After the Burial, I think they're on that bill. As a sold-out show. Next week, here on the program, I'll have Alter Bridge tickets for you. That's just Creed without Scott Stapp, Mark Tremonti, and the other dudes. The Pawns and Kings tour sees Alter Bridge going out with Seven Dust, who are always dynamite, and Mammoth WVH, Wolfie Van Halen. That is August 8th out of Jacobs Pavilion. I'll have Parkway Drive tickets for you. That's September at Nautica. Mars Volta is going to do the Agora in September. And Mushroom Head back at the Agora for their 30th anniversary and Halloween show. I thought last year was the 30th anniversary and Halloween show.
They do a Halloween show every year.
But I thought last year was the 30th.
That was my mom's birthday. Maybe that's
Her
what you're
30th
thinking of.
birthday?
It was her 30th birthday. I'm 33, but my mom just turned 30.
That's crazy.
Gross.
Very crazy.
All right, well. Anyway, all next week. And then one show I can't tell you about yet, but I'll have tickets for you for that show next week. A comedian who's going on tour. I can't tell you.
Can I guess?
You can guess.
Is it Nate Bargatze?
No.
Oh, speaking of him.
Wouldn't he have told you?
I was in Tennessee with him. Dude, I was trying so hard not to fangirl. I was trying so hard.
Does he live in Nashville?
Yes.
Is he from Nashville?
He's from a small town in Tennessee,
Yeah.
but not Nashville. But he set the attendance record at Bridgestone Arena a couple weeks ago.
Where is that?
In Nashville.
Oh, okay.
That's their arena. He sold like over 22,000 tickets.
That's the record?
Yeah. Well, they don't have like a professional sports team or anything there.
But like the Rolling Stones haven't played or?
I think that it's too small.
Well, the
for
Rolling Stones probably
big
play
places
at
like that.
the stadium.
Right.
If they go there.
I see.
The arena.
It's like the Romo
really
Fijo?
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, didn't he do the Romo Fijo when he came here?
No, he does Playhouse Square when he comes here.
Oh, I thought he did the arena.
He might
good
this
for
time.
him.
He might this time. Yeah, he's having a pretty good glow up. That Nate Bargatze.
Having his moment.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, good for him.
he teamed up with Zany's Nashville, and they're doing this thing called the so his production company is called Nateland. It's the name of his podcast and stuff, and they're doing showcase sets that they're essentially releasing on YouTube, kind of like late night sets. They were 8-ish minutes, 8 to 10 minutes, and it was called, Nateland Presents the Showcase, and they recorded Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 20 comics over the 3 days, and then they're all going to come out later this summer, which I'm like super, super pumped about.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I was nervous because Nate is really clean, and they gave us guidelines of what we could and couldn't say, and
his material, he's not overly hygienic.
Well, he smelled nice, Cody.
He
did
looks like
smell
he
good.
smells nice.
But they gave us guidelines, and I was talking to the manager of Zany's, and I was like, listen, you know me, I'm not dirty. I don't talk about sex. I cuss, but I was like, I'm pretty dark. And she's like, you can be dark and clean. And of all the sets that I watched, I was the only one who was not like, aren't kids weird? I like sandwiches. I was up there.
I like sandwiches.
Kids are weird. Yeah.
Dude, I'm so
Who is that
serious.
comedian? I don't want to talk about you. Who's this amazing comic doing? Kids are weird. I like sandwiches.
But it was all very lighthearted. They
Yeah.
were like church clean. Imagine there's kids in the audience. And I was like, well, my stuff, there's nothing dirty about it. It's just a little bit dark. That's all. So I did jokes about
I have really clean dead material.
kind of, yeah. I talked about Brian's grandma dying and how it was our first big fight because I was happy about it because she left him money and he was mad at me that I was in things like that. And then I talked about how My dad was an addict, and I talked about gambling addiction. But the thing is, the crowd was like caught off guard, but then
They're probably down for it, though.
Yeah, once I started to kind of get on a roll with them, they really loosened up because I was nervous. Like, I kind of dipped my toe with the first couple jokes, and I was like, let's see how this goes, because nobody has done anything even remotely, somewhat, kind of dark or controversial. And I got off stage, and I was really nervous because I had to walk back into the green room where Nate was, like, directing. It was a 7-camera shoot. So they had all the, like, screens in the back and everything. I walked back there. And I was like, kind of like looking like, you know? And he was like, hey, that was really great. I love the direction that you went in it. And like the manager, Lucy, she was like, that was so you. I'm glad you didn't change who you were just because it was clean. So they were both very complimentary. But I was really nervous because I'm like, man, this is either going to be great or they're going to tell me that mine's not going to get released. Like, that's how it's going to go.
We'll give you the footage, but
Right.
we can't put it on his show.
Take this with you. You will be the only person who ever sees this.
You know
so
when
enjoy.
it's coming out? Like
They said June or July.
Oh,
they
cool.
said
So
the
soon.
they said the turnaround time is not going to be long. But yeah, I was really happy with how it was one of those moments on Tuesday where it was like, Nate is my third favorite comic next to Bill Squire and myself. That's well-tread ground here. But to like work with someone that I've looked up to for a long time.
Tell you what, Mary, I got some old videos of you. I will release those on
Please
my
don't.
channel.
Please don't. I would appreciate it if those never saw the light of day. Me throwing my chicken cutlet bra at you across the room in a
I'm
full-blown
talking
blackout.
some stand-up stuff from 2018 or so.
No,
Yeah,
that's
not
okay.
candid video.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
professional video. That's where the Nashville Predators play.
Oh, okay.
That's their NHL team, yeah.
So yeah, but it was just one of those moments where like I travel so much and I do terrible gigs, and there's moments where I'm like, why am I even doing this? I'm wasting my money.
United workers.
I could yell at United workers, but
That's very cool, though. That would be very
Tuesday,
exciting.
it felt like one of those like step in the right direction where it was like, okay, at least this is going right. Like I'm recognized at least a
Mary,
little bit.
everything's going right for you.
I know.
You're killing it.
I
You're
was
doing
just-
so good.
It was just a very cool moment. It was like to stand there with a guy that I respect so much, and for him to be
did
like,
you really know him or no?
we worked together at Hilarities in 2018.
Okay.
But it was a one-nighter, and
Yeah.
both of us were hammered. We were both drinking at that time. There was some fight, some
Is
UFC
he not anymore?
fight. No, he quit drinking a month before I did. So
Is he's a married guy?
He's a married guy.
He's
yeah.
been married for a while, too.
I think he married like his high school
Yeah,
sweetheart. Yeah.
he talks about it in his special a lot.
But-
he is from Tennessee.
Yes, he and I was trying so hard not to be weird because he was giving me that look like I kind of recognized you.
Why would you be weird? Why were you worried that you'd be weird?
Because I like him so much. Because I look up to him as a comic, and I think he's
You're
so
not weird
funny.
about me, and I'm your favorite comic. So
You're
what
my
the hell?
favorite comic because I know you so well.
Oh, okay.
There's a difference.
Nice dodge.
Well, I gotta put some boundaries between us so that you
Probably.
get weird again. You'd be like, oh my God,
But, like-
Bill's just right over there.
He's just a few feet away from me every day.
Comedic genius, just sitting there being funny. But we did work together, but he was giving me that look like he recognized me, but I didn't know if maybe it was just from the tape I submitted. And I didn't want to be the guy who's like, hey, remember when I worked with you one time 5 years ago? And then like word vomit, I couldn't even stop myself from saying that.
Did you? Oh, so you didn't play it like you hadn't met before? Did you? You didn't
No, I
introduce
said it.
yourself to him?
I was like, hey, I don't know if you remember, but we worked together at Hilarities in like 2018. And he was like, oh, yeah. And he's like the nicest dude ever.
Well, but also,
here's how you do that, though.
Also, nobody's going to go, I don't remember that. Even
Right.
if they don't remember, they're going to go, yeah, of course. Good to see you again.
You go,
Marley.
you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's been so long. We look at where you're at now compared to where you were when we worked together at Hilarities.
Oh, that's like complimentary.
Yeah,
Like,
so you're
killing
saying
it
like
now.
you're killing it, but you still give them the like, but you do kind of
Here's
know
the out.
me.
Yeah.
Like giving them enough footnotes to let them know like how they
To like
can
piece it
remember you.
together.
Well, you wait till the green room is full, and then you just scream at him. You've still never even met our child.
It's unreal. We named it after that UFC fighter. Little Miss Stipe.
Little Stipe. I got money for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's $1,000. Listen closely, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Gaylord.
Well, hello to all my friends there in the studio. I love you guys. I love the show. I just wanted to give kind of a public service announcement. I had a medical procedure, actually 2 of them done Wednesday. I missed your show, but if I can say to all people that listen to the show that are over 50 years old, they should get, number 1, the colonoscopies, and they also checked out my stomach with the camera. I asked the doctor specifically not to use the same camera that went up, that it should not go down into my stomach. And this is a serious public service announcement. It's something that needs to be done, I think, every 3 years. So keep in mind when you get to be that age. And
I had mine. I had
note-
my first one a couple of summers ago, Gaylord.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yep. August of 21.
The prep is really fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
But let's change that note. Mr. Cox, I wanted to ask you, sir, what is your drum kit that you use?
Well, I would currently play a Pearl kit. I grew up playing Tama drums, but I currently play a Pearl kit.
Oh, well, in 74, I purchased a set of Ludwig Vistalite, what they call jelly bean set.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of the drums are a different color. And to this very day, I still use that kit. I consider it invaluable, or valuable to me in my heart.
Did you have a hard time sitting and playing after the colonoscopy, Gaylord?
Oh, Lord.
I'm losing you, Gaylord. I'm sorry. Thank you for the call. You're cutting out, but there's Gaylord who is checking in from Wellington, and he had his tutor rooted, and the whole bit is fine. So good for him.
Every time he calls, I feel like that's what Brian's going to be like when he gets old.
That he's going to call random radio shows and tell them about his colonoscopy?
Yeah, he's just going to have stories, and when he eventually retires and I'm still working, I'm going to come home and it's going to be a lot of that.
Well, that might be in the next couple of years. I mean, Gaylord's a bit of an older man. Brian might be doing that by the time he's 40.
That's what I think, though. Because when I come home from a weekend on the road and he's been with the kid for 3 straight days, when I get home Sunday night, I'm exhausted, I'm tired, and he tells me stories like that. He'll be like, I was at the grocery store, and did you know that the Giant Eagle, they get their produce delivered Sunday nights? And I'm like, I can't listen to that.
Oh, yeah? Because a guy had a seizure in front of me when I was halfway through my set. Well, listen, you live in 2 separate lives, and that's, or at least 2 very different kinds of lives.
Or he'll say something, and I'm like, you haven't talked to an adult all weekend, have you? He's like, no. It's just been me and the kid for 3 straight days.
Yeah. Well, it keeps your brain mossy, to go back and forth like that. You could do some mental whiplash there. That's okay. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. If you're from out of state, I'd like to find out where people are. Marty listens in Palm City, Florida. Derek is a new listener in Houston, Mississippi. Kim's in Nashville. You can leave messages there, too.
Alan, Pete the Visitor here. Pre-tip your barber, stylist, servers, waitresses, you're going to get the same service, but if you preemphasize it with a great tip up front, they will give you a better service. Love the show.
Hells
Hope
no.
to see you guys
So then not
in
the same,
future.
sir. Pre-tip. Hells no.
I've never heard of this.
That is tipping culture gone berserk. No, thank you. The burden of proof is not on me. It's on you. I'm a good tipper. I ain't pre-tipping anybody.
Correct. Well, I pre-tip.
Hell no.
I do pre-tip for Uber Eats.
You'll get the same service, but if you pre-tip them, you'll get better service. I don't follow that. Thank you, Pete, for the message, but hell no. Am I pre-tipping anybody?
Because no matter what you tip, they'll always think they deserve more.
Well, again, I mean, listen, I'm a good tipper, but I tip. Let's not get crazy here. Some people don't tip at all. I'm going to tip after you've provided the service.
I still don't know these people who don't tip at all. I don't know anyone.
Isn't LeBron James famous for that?
I think that's what
that's
they
made
say.
up. I think one person probably. He was always rolling with his squadron, and probably the wrong guy, or it wasn't even him. It was somebody else paid the bill and didn't tip, but it was LeBron's crew, and they were like, LeBron's a terrible tipper.
Yeah, I know some people that are bad tippers, like they're cheap, like they'll leave $3 or like leave a $5 on something like that. But I don't know anyone who does not tip at all. Like, I don't know what people you guys are hanging around. I don't know what people you guys are going on dates with, but I don't know anyone who has never not tipped anything.
Well, somebody who's never worked in the service industry has a much higher probability of being a bad tipper.
When I was flying,
in my experience,
I was flying from Nashville to Appleton, Wisconsin yesterday morning.
The Rockin' Apple.
Whoop, whoop. And there was only one restaurant open because I got there 4:30 in the morning. My flight boarded at 5:15. So there was one restaurant open in my wing, right? And I go to sit down. There's 2 other tables in there at the time that I got in there. They have 4 options for breakfast. And this server was in such a bad mood. She was yelling at people. She was throwing silverware. I don't know if someone called off and she picked up a shift last minute or something. But I was sitting there and I just ordered a breakfast sandwich, whatever. I have 45 minutes. My gate's right there. I'm not in any kind of a hurry. And to pay, she comes over to me. She goes, okay, you can pay on your phone. I was like, okay, no problem. I go to scan the QR code. It's not working. And then it was 10 minutes and I waved her down and I was like, hey, I just need my check. I can't get it to work on my phone. And she was like, you can pay on your phone, and walked away. And then the lady next to me, she was a Southern woman who was also receiving bad service, who was there before I was there. And she goes, honey, not me today. Like that. And I was like, oh no, I'm about to see a fist fight. I was ready because the lady came over to her and I heard her, the woman stood up and went toward the bar. And the server lady, who was starting to get busy, she goes, listen, just because you're standing there doesn't mean I'm going to help you any sooner. And the woman was like, wow. Yes. So it was one of those things where I bet that woman didn't tip. You know what I mean? That Southern lady where she was already aggravated with her. And she's like, well, you're being crappy to me. Why would I tip you? You know?
Yeah. Well, pre-tipping, no thank you. But it's your money. You do whatever you want to with it. I want to break here. You want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch, you can. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You're going to get the full Corey Roddick experience tonight. No Guardians baseball, no Cavs basketball. Guardians head to Boston to start up tomorrow night at Fenway against the Red Sox. That's a 7:10 first pitch here on MMS. Tomorrow night, we will be out. But you'll get Guardians baseball, get a sum of show from us, and then tomorrow night, Guardians in Boston. Saturday night, you'll get 2 hours of metal from me and the aforementioned Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. A little triumvirate of metalheads for you. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's 10 o'clock Saturday nights. And it's 120 minutes and nothing but metal. All different kinds. We get requests from you guys. We throw in a bunch of stuff that just we love and want to hear. And we all kind of have our own different areas of expertise, too, when it comes to metal. So if you're a local band, you can always submit to me. 2htm@wmms.com is the email, whether it's just a request from you or a band you dig or whatever. Send it all my way. But that'll be Saturday night. Saturday is also Slurpee Day for people who are paying attention. At 7-Eleven. I know that's what Poundcake calls date night. But I mean over at 7-Eleven. That's the day where whatever you bring in, they'll fill it up with Slurpees.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't had a Slurpee in a long, long time. I guess it wasn't technically a Slurpee, but the thing that comes out at Circle K, the Polar Pop or what, right? They were right next to our hotel across the street from our hotel in Sedona was a Circle K. And I almost didn't recognize that that's what it was because of their color ordinance. The architecture has to kind of blend in with the background. So it was like a khaki Circle K. And we went in there, and we were standing there waiting because it was obviously very hot. And we went in to get a couple of odds and ends. My daughter goes, "Can I get one of those things?" I said, "Sure." And so she gets the little Coke and the cherry or whatever. I like that Mountain Dew Purple Thunder, so they had that, so I got one. But I'm standing behind this woman waiting to do it, and she was positively flummoxed by this machine. She couldn't find the cup. She couldn't find the lid. She didn't know how to work the thing. And I wasn't angry. I was taking it all in. We weren't on any kind of time crunch. We were just dicking around. But it was fun to watch her try to decipher how, it wasn't an old lady, younger than me. She's like maybe, I don't know, 49 and a half. And she finally figured it out. But this Saturday is Slurpee Day. So if you get into there, you can, Speedway it works, I think. It's basically bring your own cup day. I think they started to put some boundaries.
Yeah, people are bringing in like 55 gallon barrels and stuff.
Yeah. Or whatever you can fit under the... Oh, I see what they have an in-store display now. You know, like when you go to the airport and it says your bag has to fit in this thing, right? I think they've got one of those now, where if you can fit it under their 10-inch hole. Yeah. And the in-store display.
I had a frozen Coke for the first time. I've had Slurpees before, but I had never tried the Coca-Cola flavor.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, it's Coke.
But the flavor of pop,
Let me ask you this. Do you like Coke?
I do, but the flavor of pop I feel like I need bubbles with. If it's going to be, because it just tasted like flat pop. You know what I mean?
In Japan.
It was just okay.
I remember my brother used to travel a lot. He brought some back from Japan. Japan will sell frozen Cokes in like the applesauce pouch for kids.
Oh.
You know how it's got the little screw top on it? You put them in the freezer, and they come out. What's the word I'm looking for when you put something in the freezer?
Cold.
Frozen.
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 Yeah. Alan, on that subject of the guy winning the Powerball, you should tell Poundcake the George Clooney story. You ever heard the George Clooney story?
I want to do that. This is like a goal in my life, is to do this George Clooney
When
story.
things really started, or I mean, not started to happen for him. This was like right before he got married. But about a decade ago, he gave each of his 14 closest friends $1 million apiece in a briefcase. And so you're talking Randy Gerber, you're talking Richard Kind, the actor, these guys who were like in Clooney's inner circle. No one of them as famous as him, but he's like, these were guys who helped me get where I was. They helped me when I needed help. I slept on their couches. They loaned me money when I was a broke actor. And so he bought 14 Toomey suitcases, and he filled each one of them with $1 million. And then he told his friends to mark their calendars because he was going to have a dinner party at his place. And when they showed up, he handed them a briefcase. Now, I mean, his friend.
This story.
Well,
no, it's real.
It's a well-documented story. It's like a famous Hollywood story. But his friends were all relatively successful in whatever they were doing. I don't think they were all actors, but you know, none of them were as wealthy or famous. Maybe Randy Gerber. I don't know. I mean, that guy. You know, they each made $1 billion selling Casamigos or whatever their tequila thing is. Randy Gerber's the guy married to Cindy Crawford.
And when he was a baby, very famous.
Yes. He always
His
had
earlier work.
mushed peas on his face. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's like a goal of mine to be able to do
It would
that.
be great if you could do that, right? You take go to the bank. You gotta.
No, to mush peas on my face.
Oh, cool. You got to
I
talk
believe
to
you'll be able to do it.
Talk to the bank and go, I'm going to take out $14 million, and I would
all
like
singles.
All singles.
That's how I'm gonna do it.
I'm going to rent a dump truck.
You get $1 million in nickels. Figure it out.
Each one.
I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be like, okay.
This is what I'm
If
doing for the next
if
2
you give me
months.
millions of dollars, I don't care what the denomination is. I'm like, oh, that's hilarious. You're the best, Mary.
Each one of you guys gets to jump in the back of the dump truck, and whatever you can climb out with, that's what you get to keep.
You got to do it.
No, you don't make them jump through hoops. You just, $14 million to his. I think it's amazing that he had 14 friends, close friends.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's really.
Isn't that wild?
The wealth isn't the amazing thing. It's 14 close friends.
That's the wild thing to me.
I'm going to ask Mary.
I can count my close friends on one hand.
I was going to say, because I will ask Mary, I feel like she would have the most best friends out of all of us. How many close friends do you have?
She's very public about her multiple best friends.
Well, here's
her
the thing.
sister,
But I'm saying, I don't
her
know how-
non-sisters.
I don't know how many she has.
If
I
we're
have like
not
5.
including my family, and I was going to give millions of dollars, there are 2 friends that I would give it to. That my friend Kelsey, my friend Ashley. Those are the 2 that I would be like, wow. No, you're already included.
You're calling them out.
No, yeah, absolutely. That they would be like not including my family. Bill, obviously. Stupid. Alan, you'll get some money. Cody, maybe. We'll see what you do. But like,
you got to be less black or less gay. You
yeah,
got to
pick
choose
one, man. I can't be supporting both here. What are you doing?
I can't be supporting both. You're going to have to determine which one you think is more important, and then we'll go with that one.
That's what it is.
And I'm gay.
One of them gets you more money. And I'll put both pieces of paper face down. One says black, one says gay. You flip it over and we'll see what's
And they have the same amount?
Yeah. But like, I mean, people I don't have like just friends that I have no working relationship or blood relation to. Those 2 are my best friends.
I have 2 best guy friends and 2 best girlfriends. Oh, and then, okay, so 3 best girlfriends.
Oh, good.
So it's like 5. I said 5 off the cuff, and then I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, why do people have to say best friends?
Because
say this is like my inner circle.
Like closest friends.
Closest friends.
That's what they mean when they say best friends. It's like closest friends.
Yes.
But, yeah.
My closest friends are people that I talk to on the phone. Like I don't talk to.
So
anybody
you don't
else.
have.
No, kind of. I'm the same way. Like there's
Yeah.
certain people where
I don't talk to.
like
anybody
I'll
else on the
text
phone.
them or whatever. But like if I'm going to talk to certain people, I'm like,
Just call me.
I got to have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
Like I got.
So among your closest friends, is there somebody that you would consider your best friend?
The bestest of the best.
The apex of that group, if you had to determine one, is there a person that you would know?
Are we not
was-
counting significant others?
No.
Okay.
These are like just people you have tertiary friendships
I would say
with.
whoever was there the longest, like who was the first. And
it's based on seniority?
Well, that's where I would go with. Like, I've known this person X amount of years, and they have
I
been
mean,
in my
some of the
life.
people.
Mine's
I
based
mean,
on trust.
Yeah, I had a like a long time friend, and she ghosted me a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what the hell happened. It still sticks in my craw. She was one of the hand, and I'm down to 4 fingers.
Well, I'm just.
So as far as seniority goes.
Well, I'm just saying mine has weathered the storm, knock on wood, because I'll say after this and they'll be like, okay, he won't talk to me anymore. But I have one friend from high school. I don't have any other friends from high school that I talk to on a regular basis.
See, here's the thing, though. I have tiers where, like...
Yeah, we know.
I know.
Tuesday.
It's- I miss Tuesday. I miss Tuesday. I know. No, but I have, like, tiers of friendship that I would give money to. Like, my siblings, significant other, blood-related would get the most. And then it would be, like, my 2 friends, Ashley, Kelsey, probably you, Bill, are in that tier. And then I would want to give money to, like, my other comic friends, but they're not going to get as much as my sister will.
Hear that? Other comics?
Well, I'm serious. Like, I want to help my buddies out, but
yeah.
I'm not going to give them $1 million. I might give them $50,000, you know?
I would probably be similar. And yeah, like family you're gonna take care of. And this is with that
Except
like
your
ridiculous.
Your family's lower, huh? Than your best friends.
Probably, honestly. So be happy about that.
Yeah, take it.
But
The best part of that Clooney story people point out is that he paid the taxes too.
So it's just tax-free.
Clean $1 million.
Yep.
That's so cool, man.
I would do it in international waters that way.
What's that change?
Who wants wet money?
There's no laws about, we're doing an exchange in international waters. What you just keep keep the money off the books.
Oh, just free groceries for the rest of your life. You can't deposit it. You can't do anything with it.
There are a lot of people. Listen, it is a look. A lot of women spend a lot of money to look like Kim Kardashian. There's no way around that. She is the top of the pyramid for what girls request when they get plastic surgery. They want to look like Kim Kardashian. And some of them look better than others. But there's one, and again, this goes back to, it's more tragic when hot people die. And so this is a severe tragedy. Out of all of those people who want to look like her, this one blew my mind because she looks exactly like Kim Kardashian. Unfortunately, she is now dead. A girl named Christina Gorkani. First of all, imagine your career is being a lookalike
she
for
does look exactly like.
You seeing
except
her?
her boobs are big and fake.
Well, her boobs are giant.
Yeah.
But look at this girl.
Her
if you
face,
could,
though.
Yes, she looks exactly like Kim Kardashian. And she died after plastic surgery. Went to the well one too many times. She has ridiculously large breasts and a ridiculously huge ass. But her face, she literally looks like she's wearing a Kim Kardashian filter on her face. She had 600,000 Instagram followers. She died of cardiac arrest after plastic surgery gone wrong. And now they have I thought it was kind of weird. I mean, you have over 500,000 Instagram followers, and she's on OnlyFans, and that's how she's making her money. But they have a GoFundMe for her funeral.
It might be for her family.
Right.
If she doesn't leave that money to anybody, what happens to it?
Well, I hope she would have made some plans. I don't know.
I mean, if she's only 35 or 40, she might not have a will.
And she also might not have that. I mean, just because she's got a bunch of followers and stuff like that doesn't mean she's like got liquid assets.
She might have a bunch of curtains.
She probably has a lot of debt.
Oh, yeah, from all the surgeries.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, okay. Mike checking in. So anyway, a terrible, terrible tragedy about someone who I had never heard of before yesterday. But for all the people who are attempting to look like Kim, this one really, really nailed it. Mike, out there on the west coast of Ohio, what's going on?
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I got a couple things for you real quick. First off, I'd like to comment, if I won the Powerball, I would definitely be giving $1 million to the United Club attendant at O'Hare Airport, just for spite.
Yeah.
just because she had to deal with me.
Very nice of you.
Yes. But no, I did want to ask you guys a quick question. It's real quick. I know you're trying to get out of there. Did you guys catch, really Bill is probably the only one, catch the Mike Polk shout out on TNT NBA in the Zone at the end when they do the gone fishing for the Cavs leaving?
I did not catch it. I haven't been watching too much TNT because, I mean, the Cavs game yesterday was on NBA TV, so it wasn't even on TNT. But they say at least we're not Detroit or Factory of Sadness?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah.
The boat where all the players were on, it had Bone Thugs on it, and it had Mitchell and Mobley, and then the boat was called At Least We're Not Detroit.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Yeah. Just wanted to see if you guys caught it. You guys have a great weekend. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Poor Mike Polk, all these people who want to do stuff like that. Does the guy get credit? No. It's just out there in the ether. I just saw him on Sunday. This guy doesn't get credit.
He's still tall?
Still tall.
Still white?
Still white.
Weird.
Still funny.
Been meaning to talk to him about that white thing.
Pro or con?
You decide.
Oh, I've decided. I'm pro. You know my mantra, Bill. Cody and I talk about it all the time. If it ain't white, it ain't right.
And I co-sign.
I know you do. You, me, and Tucker.
If it ain't half white, it ain't right.
Yeah.
I always say, if it ain't brown, I ain't down.
Hey, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. Any odds and ends before we get the F out of here? Mike from Parma calls that girl Kim Crash Cardian.
Oh,
That's terrible. I love it.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Mary and I are doing a show at Hilarities tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a game show type thing. And
I put makeup on for it.
She put makeup on for it. She's trying.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so
I've been up since 4.
It's going to be a good time.
I've cussed out 2 strangers.
I was going to say, she has pre-screamed at people. Yeah.
We'll see what happens here.
What time? That's right
7
after the show
o'clock,
today?
yeah.
We're literally leaving here and walking down there.
Okay.
It's a, there's like 3 or 4 different rounds, and it's like stand-up, impressions, roasting, crowd
Oh, it's like
work.
a variety show.
Yeah, well, no.
But it's all comics.
a game show.
Yeah, it's a game show. So, like, we're competing. I have a team, and Mary's got a team. We're competing against each other to see who's got the better team.
Those are the only
fun.
2 teams.
It's called the Stand-Up Get Down, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a good time.
With Aaron Kleiber. You know him from Pittsburgh.
I probably predated him there.
He's been doing stand-up like 20 years.
Oh.
Right? He's been doing it as long as you, right?
Yeah.
Kleiber?
Yeah. He had a...
Kleber. I thought it was Kleber.
It's Kleiber.
Oh.
Kleiber.
I know the name. I don't know
I
if
think
I
he's
ever met
headlining
him.
the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. He is.
Okay.
And then I'll be in Grand Rapids with Chad Daniels. It'll be a fun weekend. Bringing the dog, bringing the girlfriend.
Checking your dog. She gonna do okay in a 4.5-hour car ride?
Yeah, I take her all the time.
I don't know.
What's the longest one I've done? She's very good in the car. She's very good in hotels.
Talking about your girlfriend or the dog?
Girlfriend.
The girlfriend's getting better. The dog's great. no, they're both great in the car. And I like.
She can learn a few things.
I
from
like when I
Whoopsie.
can bring them both. It's fun. It's a nice little trip.
They can take turns watching each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me take the last break here. We'll come back and wrap whatever up. The Corey Roddick Experience at 6:30. Next chance for you to grab some money is not far off either. Listen for that keyword. Still plenty of them to come. From the Buzzard Bookie. Next one here coming up at 6:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app,